Hello and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground where Somerset men ride again. We've seen some massive scores here of late. We're all set for a fantastic evening where hopefully once again we're going to see plenty of runs and hopefully a Somerset victory. We've seen the women already today coming up just short against Hampshire, of course, losing by just 6 runs. Over now to the men to take the points today. It's a hot one. No need for me to tell you that. It's really hot. Make sure you fill up with water, get the drinks on board and also, of course, fill up with sunscreen as well. Lather yourselves up because it's going to be a warm one throughout the evening, of course. I should note there are water stations dotted around the ground today, so if you need to fill up a water bottle, make sure you find one of those water stations. There are about 3 dotted around the concourses for you to do so. Lots going on tonight, of course. By my watch, the toss is in just under 10 minutes' time. We've got plenty going on as well as the cricket, though, of course. We've got the Thatcher's can race, I think we're calling it, at the interval as well, plus a high catch. So we need people for that one. If you fancy dressing up as a Thatcher's can, we need you. You sound like just the sort of person to do that for us. We should also mention as well, if you're in the stands tonight, we've got the VERTU crowd catch. We've had a couple of winners so far this season. And if you're in the crowd and you take a clean catch during the innings, you win a prize. I think you win tickets to hospitality even. It's a very special prize here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. So plenty to drink, plenty to eat around in the fan village as well. So make sure you head out just behind me near the Ondarchi Pavilion. There's plenty of food stalls out there. There's also some live music if you fancy some music before we get underway. So not long to go then until the cricket starts. Just under 10 minutes to go until the toss. We'll be out there very soon.
when he was about 7, we started doing more things together, playing more sports in the garden.
There's definitely a consistent relationship between me and Dad. We played many sports against each other over the years. We've got darts, pool, table tennis, all in the garage, played all the racket sports. We still play golf against each other. But the one sport I've never beaten Dad at is tennis. And that is because he refused to play me since I was 12 years old.
He beat me at everything else by 13, and so I had to, had to just call it a day.
I remember distinctly having a birthday party here. There was a cricket party when I was 7 or so. Dad managed to cut a strip and rolled it. We got a little roller in the garage and had a great time.
I went to various estate agents and borrowed sale signs. We put them around the garden as hoardings around the boundary rope, and we had a small little strip in the middle that we cut and rolled. And he had, I think, 13 friends around, so there was almost two teams worth of players, and they all had a bat and they all had a bowl, and then they had a lovely party tea afterwards. When we first looked at this house, the estate agent suggested to us that we should take a pair of shears with us, because we wouldn't even be able to get in through the gate, because it had been neglected for years and it was very, very overgrown. When we got a lot of the bulk clearance done and I started to cut the grass, it was quite obvious that it was just seaweed and very little grass, more moss than anything else. Because of the size of the garden, I hadn't had time to do very much about it, so it obviously needed some help to get the grass into a decent condition, which is when we engaged the services of Green Thumb. At one stage the garden was full of climbing frames, and we had an above-ground swimming pool and trampoline, all sorts of other stuff. And when the Green Thumb came, they had to move all this stuff around to actually tend to the grass, so they'd be great.
I remember Green Thumb coming around probably from the age of 8, because I remember the little orange pellets that were always in the grass. Dad would say, "No, you're not allowed to play while that's out there." So I was always frustrated for a week or so after Green Thumb would come, but obviously it gets the grass to look like it has. I've put through a lot of trauma over the years, cricket spikes, rugby boots, and I think it's obviously a testament to them that every time I come back home now and when I came home after school,
Okay, we're out in the middle then for the toss. Lewis Gregory, captain of Somerset, has the coin. James Vince has the call. Heads is the call. Heads it is. James, what are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl first. Obviously, yeah, high-scoring ground here, and defending can be tricky, but we've still got to go out there and obviously restrict them to as little as possible to make our job easier in the second half.
Yeah, Somerset, of course, like to chase. Is that in your mind at all, or are you looking more at the pitch?
I think it's just ground in general, isn't it? Obviously quite hard ground to stop guys once they get in, and stats back that up. So, as I say, toss doesn't define the outcome of the game. We still have to play a good game of cricket, but yeah, that's the reasons behind it.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Lewis, batting first, happy with that?
Look, we would have had a bowl as well, but look, we've bowled pretty much throughout the whole competition so far. So yeah, hopefully we can go out there, post a big score, and then defend with the ball.
Absolutely. Of course, you've scored 200 plus on this ground many times. Looking to do that again, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough ground to defend when you get guys in. So yeah, hopefully we can build those early partnerships and yeah, set the platform to get a big total.
Okay, good luck out there. There you have it. Hampshire have won the toss and have chosen to bowl first.
One slip in to Banton. Hits him over the top. First boundary of the day. That one just plugged in the outfield, actually.
There's a lot of those sort of contraptions around for sports people. If it works for him, as whatever, Will Speeds.
Make that free. It wasn't convincing from Will Speed. It was a thickish outside edge. Ball maybe didn't.
And Mother Cricket strikes again. A drop catch followed by a boundary. How many? Another swipe away, and that's going to carry to that fielder, Benny Howell. Smeed goes, caught by Benny Howell in that deep gully area.
Going to start with a boundary, Coda Cadmore. That was a proper cricket shot as well. Precautions, no extra precautions there though. That's hoiked into the leg side. I think it's going to plug short of the boundary. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4 runs.
Oh, he's clothed that one. He's gone. Cola Cadmore. Massive send-off there from Woody. T2000.
A long way up in the air.
I'm not even going to guess your age, but that is a great shot from Tom Banton over mid-on. That's a wonderful cricket shot from Tom Banton. We move on. Issa into Banton. Oh, return catch. What a great bit of fielding that is from the bowler. I mean, the one thing that Somerset fans will be confident with is the run rate, and Sean Dixon has just clipped one off of his pads.
That's leathered.
Maintain that pace. Yeah, he's still got plenty of pace as that flies through the vacant first, second slip area.
Reverse ramp, and that's going to go all the way.
Hey,
Nicely placed.
Beautiful, beautiful bit of touch there from Tom Abel, letting it come.
And it's bunted down the ground. Sean Dixon finishes that with a flourish. He pulls that one into the stand. Yeah, it's gone all the way for 6. It only just went over the rope, and that was enough.
Not there yet, but they've got the foundations. And that will build on those.
This time it is Fuller back into the attack, and it's cut away. Quite how Tom Abel's done that, I'm not sure.
He's done it.
This time pace off it, and he's done exactly the same thing in that it's gone away to the cover boundary. This time he's gone inside out over extra cover. Tom Abel, 3 boundaries in a row. That's the best of the lot, I think. Dixon cuts that one away. There's a fielder out there. Oh, and it's a misfield. He will intercept that one, I think. No, he doesn't. Shouldn't speak too soon.
Just relieved for 1 over by Liam Dawson, and no let up in the flow of runs here. Tom Abel. Nicely done. Nicely. Another boundary.
Yeah, bunted down the ground by Sean Dixon, and in fact he is the first man to reach 50. Beats Abel in the race. Well played, Sean Dixon.
Out and on strike.
It's going to be 50, and it's going to be in some style with a 6. Flicks it off his legs into the Somerset stand. Tom Abel moves to 50. 2 Somerset batters doing so in the same over. That's absolutely wonderful from Tom Abel. And I tell you,
Up and over, down to the James Hildreth stand, who will love its arrival. Up and over again, this is going to be a maximum. It's into the Somerset stand, it might be a crowd catch. Left after this one.
ooh,
Somerset are going to be well in excess of 200 here. That's gone down to fine leg for another boundary.
Oh, what a shot that is from Tom Abel.
deep wicket and deep square. And that's a full bunger, and I think he
goes.
might have hit
Has
it
he got
just
enough
round
of it?
on.
Oh, as predicted, he's gone hard.
That's a lovely shot from Abel. It goes just over.
He don't back himself. Would he? Slightly over pitch, cloth down the ground. Will he get 4? Yes, he will. Spirit breaker for any bowler out there. Flicked over. Oh, you can't bowl there. You can't bowl there. That's a free hit. Oh, Lewis, he's not quite got that. Will he get away with it? Great diving catch.
Lovely little shot from Tom Abel. That's his favourite shot. The little ramp. He's only going to get 4 for it.
Consistently, it's played now.
That's a lovely shot over the top of James Vince, who isn't going to be able to cut it off.
The skills of the batters to hit the ball into the pockets, as Abe's has done there, beautifully into the corner.
And Tom Abel finishes it with a mighty blow. It's gone up, it's gone up.
Abe's.
No one's catching that. Not one even in the stands. Finishes with a 6. Tom Abel finishes 96 not out. Somerset finish on 200.
That's hoisted high in the air. Is it going to go all the way?
Pulled it away there, Vince. I think he's going to get a boundary. Yeah, he's timed it well. Squirted it behind square.
Up in the air, could be 6 again here, into the Somerset stand. Inside out, cover drive, we'll get at least 2, probably 4. Yeah, it's just Gothic Pavilion end.
Flicked off his hips. Ben McDermott. It's a huge boundary, but it's an even bigger hit. Down. Face off. And James Vince mishits that. Oh, it could have gone anywhere. It was close to Tom Kohler Cadmore. He's going to get a boundary.
That one in the previous game. Yeah, that up in the air, going to be 4. First bounce. Already had 3 sixes in this innings, and that's going to be another 4. Well, if you can call that a chance, it was a mighty difficult one, and I'm not sure if it quite carried.
I think it was a crowd catch. I think it went into the floor.
In the air, and it's got the legs again.
Playing here week in, week out, they'll certainly know that. Yeah, just slightly into the hip of McDermott there.
Nicely done. Found the gap. It's going to be 4. He's very good at that, James Vince. Yeah, and it's going to be 6 into the Hildreth stand.
Certainly there or thereabouts. You'd assume whether it's going to go down, it will go down. Ben Green into the attack, and what a impact he's had straight away.
In the air, is it going to fall safe? No, there's a man under it. That's the second wicket.
The green machine has struck again. Outside towards that wide line. It's obviously the plan to hide the ball from the stumps, but it's a risky strategy. Doesn't get away with that one. Good bat. That's what he's gone for. Weatherly, slog sweep, straight out to Rolf van der Merwe, who takes the catch in a style that only Rolf van der Merwe can. Is he going to get one? Is he? No. Lovely strike there from James. It was small enough back then. And that's going to be a wicket for Josh Davies. Straight down Tom Abel's throat. He's got his reward. He got away with 1. Doubly dark now. It's gone all the way for 6. It has.
6 it was, and this could be a catch though. Will Smead is going to come around. He's not going to get there though. Back-to-back 6s. Rolf van der Merwe down on.
Bloody hell. He swats it away. That's going to be out. Cadmore down there.
Holding, that's just done him for pace. Toby Albert looking to give himself some room. Dawson waits. Pulls it towards Craig Overton, who's going to take the catch. Just bowled in, Nick Gubbins has to go, gets down on one knee.
Up in the air again, that's going to be 6 more.
And Green in. Slower ball. It's gone up in the air. Overton's going to steady himself and he's going to catch it. And he flicks it back to Tom Abel. That's absolutely brilliant from Craig Overton. The awareness of where he was, right on the boundary. He took the catch. Fourfer. Now he's got 5. And Green has 5 for the second time in T20 cricket. Somerset have wrapped up a comprehensive victory, 178 all round.
Welcome to the live stream for the Vitality Blast match. Somerset taking on Hampshire here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm joined by Harry Everett and Nicole Harvey, and I believe Somerset women's captain Sophie Luff is joining us later. Exciting times here. Somerset on the back of a defeat here against Kent. They'll be looking to bounce back, and Hampshire, the visitors, often a thorn in the side for Somerset, so expecting a great match tonight. The weather is set fair. It's been a beautiful day here in Taunton. The crowd's filling up. There's a great buzz around the ground, and we're about 18 minutes or so from the first ball. But myself and Harry are just going to have a little chat about the teams and what we're expecting to see tonight. I'm sure we've got some team information right on cue. The Hampshire 11 is up on our screens now. We have captain and incredibly classy player James Vince batting number 1. We have Alejandro Pretorius, wicketkeeper and very destructive opening batsman. Toby Albert, Dewald Brevis, Joe Weatherly, Benny Howell, James Fuller, Liam Dawson, Scott Curry, Chris Wood and Eddie Jack. Any names there pop out to you, Harry?
Yeah, it's got to be the man at the top, Alejandro Pretorius. I watched him play for Pile Royals in the SAT 20 back in January. Had a good chat with Shane Berger after the game.
Did you go to South Africa this winter?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Cheeky honeymoon, bit of cricket watching. And I said to Shane, if anything happens to Smead or Banton, surely we get this lad. And he said, don't worry, H. I've already spoken to Jace. I've already spoken to Sarge. We're looking at him, but you can't break up the Banton-Smead partnership, I guess. Hampshire have nipped him, and I watched him do his warm-ups. And he was absolutely nailing the ball. No foot movement, not really a cricket shot, just slapping it. But he whacks it miles. He's only young. Thomas Roos played school cricket against him out in South Africa, St Scythian and stuff. He's a young lad who's a big unit, and he hits the ball miles. He will be pretty good. Tony Albert at 3. Toby Albert, I was slightly surprised by. I thought Tom Press might get in there. Ali Orr's been injured. There's some good names not in this side. Benny Howell, for me, is a tiny bit too high at 6, but Fuller and Dawson are quality all-rounders. You've got 3 all-rounders, 6, 7, 8, who could be in any order, really. I'd probably have Dawson at 6.
Yeah, Liam Dawson back in the England side, had a top couple of performances with the ball especially, so he'll be certainly used well tonight. It's always a tough place to bowl here at Taunton, but I'm sure he's got the skills to get him through. It's very hard for me to look past James Vince. Played an awful lot of cricket against James Vince. Scores runs wherever he goes. I think he's got a quite fantastic record here at Taunton. We're going to have a little look at the Somerset team. There's the team sheet right there now. Tom Banton taking the gloves again and opening the batting with partner in crime Will Smead. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, followed by Tom Abel, Sean Dixon, Captain Lewis Gregory, Ben Green, Lewis Goldsworthy, Craig Overton, Josh Davey and Riley Meredith. I suppose a notable missing name from the Somerset lineup is Matt Henry. Josh Davey getting an opportunity to showcase his skills. A very power-packed, certainly top 3. And then Sean Dixon and Lewis Gregory, who have a knack of contributing excellently in this order. So a pretty exciting team. I saw some good things from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I'm expecting him just to push on next time. Some bright 20s and 30s. Hasn't quite kicked on with those big scores that we'd like from him. Maybe tonight's the night.
Yeah, he's got quite a few quick 30s, which you don't mind from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, but is he going to play that match-winning 80 or 100 not out? I mean, for me, I think the most important talking point here is Somerset have lost the toss. That means Hampshire are going to bowl first. So Hampshire bowling first. Somerset haven't had to bat first much here. They keep winning the toss, keep chasing. You know, it's not bowl first, it's just chase. They know they're going to chase whatever the first team score. I think it's good for Somerset to have a challenge in the group stage, because sometimes in knockout rounds they've come unstuck having to bat first. And Somerset aren't sure what a good score is, because they chased down 230 against Middlesex, but Sean Dixon was misstumped. There was a couple of drop catches off Larius Deploy. So, you know, they're going to look for 200, 210, 220. What could be par here?
Well, I think it was always the way forward at Somerset that we would opt to bat first, so I don't see that as a negative thing. It's about being positive, clinical, and you know that you need something ideally that starts with a 2. 190, I'd imagine, would be an absolute minimum. We've got a coach's interview now. Dan's down on the ground. Hopefully he's ready, and Jason Kerr is joining us.
Coach Jason Kerr.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, Jason is with me now. Jason, talk team news first. Just one change. Matt Henry out, of course. Josh Davey in. Talk us through that change.
Look, we've got a lot of cricket coming up, so it was a great opportunity for Josh to come back into the team. Henners is obviously outstanding, but he'll come back in tomorrow, and obviously we've got Championship cricket on Sunday.
Now, you guys are obviously a great chasing team. Different challenge tonight, batting first. What do you make of that?
Look, I think it's obviously something we've done really well chasing, but as you go through the tournament, you're going to have to bat first. So it's important we post the total tonight, and then we get an opportunity to defend.
Yeah, break coming up, as you mentioned. One last time in front of these fans, another cracking T20 evening. How much are this team looking forward to going out there one more time and getting another victory?
Yeah, look, we absolutely love it. We're incredibly fortunate here at Taunton. Most games sell out, and they're incredibly knowledgeable and passionate and make a lot of noise. So we love the atmosphere here.
Well, good luck tonight. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Less than 15 minutes time.
Next up for the VERTU RC Challenge, we have Ben Green sporting a very stylish Burt Reynolds moustache, so I'm expecting big things. No, what? I ran over the ball! This is Ben Green, you can be proud that you have probably put in the most destructive lap time so far. How did that go?
Awful. I had an incident with the football that didn't want to go in the goal, got stuck, lost traction a lot of times. Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed.
Well, you very much were the Smokey and the Bandit today. Your time, Ben Green, 52.02, so you go above Josh Thomas.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate it. I'm pleased that I got above JT there, but looking for a cleaner lap next time.
Well, you're certainly not going to be down here driving Miss Daisy, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Nicole Harvey here from the Cooper Associates County Ground for another double-header here in Taunton. We will see Somerset men and women play Hampshire Hawks. It's an absolute scorcher of a day here in Taunton. The sun is blazing, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's a batter's paradise here, hard and dry pitch, and it's very consistent bounce, as always, and I would imagine that we're going to be in for a very high-scoring contest today.
Well, Harry Everett here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Just going to give you a couple of special Trade Nations stats just to whet your appetite, get the badger amongst you, and hopefully you're settling in. The air cons are on, the fans are on. If you're watching at home, you might have us on the big screen. You might be at work this evening, sharing a few texts with some mates or watching together. Have a look at some of these stats. Hampshire have the worst record of any team at Taunton. 2 wins in 11 matches, a win rate of 18.1%. So Somerset are basically very good at home against Hampshire. Hampshire don't like playing here, but there's a few anomalies to this. There's one innings that I think of straight away, a 1-2-5 not out, I believe it was, from a certain former England opening bat. Now, maybe we'll have a stat about him, shall we? James Vince, more blast runs here than any other non-Somerset player. I remember that 100. Oh, that was magnificent. Of all the men to watch them stroke it around the ground, Daniel Bell-Drummond is up there, but James Vince scoring runs at Taunton. I'd say those are the 2 men of the last 10 years I can think of. Love batting here. A strike rate of 164 has James Vince in 369 runs, an average of 41 here. So no other non-Somerset player scored that many runs here in the Blast. He will probably open the batting with Leandre Pretorius, but Vince had a 50-odd in the first game. He's not scored that many runs in the last few games. He's struggled a little bit. Leandre Pretorius is the main man in that side now. 28 off 19 he got, whilst Vince was only 9 off 8. Hit a 4 over mid-on. I remember watching against Surrey. And then was Court Jordan, bowled Topley for just that 9. Inexperience of Albert at 3. Weatherly's been around a little bit longer at 4, but Brevis might be promoted at 4, might be at 5. He whacks it miles, but it'll be interesting to see how much Vince enjoys batting here. One more time in the heat. We don't know how many years he's got left now. Relocated to the Middle East, but back here, living at the Hilton Hotel at Southampton during the T20 Blast, and still captain and leader of this side. We mentioned them earlier. The bowling attack can keep changing. John Turner's obviously there. Sonny Baker's another option. Neither of those two playing tonight. They are unchanged at Hampshire from that Surrey game on Tuesday. Surrey won that game by 69 runs, having racked up 193 for 6. Liam Dawson again was the most miserly, most economical bowler for Hampshire in that game. But Liam Dawson bowling here is a different challenge to bowling at a big ground like Southampton. Liam Dawson bowling at Bristol in the T20 for England was an interesting, watching the way he tries to spear it in. Can he get dot balls? Can he keep the boundaries down? Well, we'll find out soon enough. But Hampshire have won the toss and elected to bowl if you're just joining us. Myself, Harry Everett, Pete Trigo and Nicole Harvey here. So, yes, we've got people watching from Penzance. Still 23 degrees outside. Shout out to Rodney Ward. Who else is on the YouTube chat? We'll give a few shout outs. Yes, no, Matt Henry. Josh Davies in. Matt Henry played, of course, he played Thursday, Friday and Sunday last week, so giving him a little bit of a break, giving him a little bit of a rest. You might have seen former Somerset man George Thomas play for Sussex last night. He was sadly bowled by Reece Topley, second ball for 1. Do you like to keep up to date with the former Somerset men around the grounds? Lewis Goldsworthy, of course, bowled that brilliant spell up at Bristol. He then bounced back, bowled pretty well here in that Kent game. He's kept his spot on the side, so Josh Davey, will he bowl 4 overs? Well, it depends how many Ben Green and Lewis Goldsworthy bowl. We'll have a look at that later on. But we are just a couple of minutes away here from the VERTU car driving the ball out onto the pitch. The Hampshire field is all ready to go. Leandre Pretorius, the young lad, is sat with his gloves in the chair. He's ready to keep wicket. Any questions pre-match, feel free to drop into the YouTube chat. We'll have a bit of a chat. We've got Richard Wilton watching from the Cayman Islands. I hope Stumpy has some ice in there. Yeah, very good point. Stumpy is roasting hot. I experienced Stumpy in the winter in January at Taunton Town when it was freezing cold. Well, Stumpy in 30 degrees is a serious challenge. So, fair play to Stumpy. Stumpy doesn't have a day off when Somerset at home.
You experienced Stumpy?
Yes.
At Taunton Town?
I didn't want to break.
What was this experience like?
I was Stumpy at Taunton Town, and I hit the post twice for 2 penalties, actually. The head is very heavy.
What are you trying to say, Harry?
Oh, sorry. Am I ruining kids' dreams here?
Stumpy...
Sorry.
It's not real?
Sorry, we can't do this Father Christmas reveal. Surely not. I love this message on the screens. Water refill points on the big screens in the ground because it's that hot today. There's not only Thatcher's refill points in this ground, there's water refill options. People to keep hydrated. Hopefully you got your VERTU earpiece in. If you're in the crowd with an earpiece, give us a wave. Anyone want to give us a wave? Can we find anyone with a wave? Alex and Archie and Neil Schiller's on the cameras. If you find anyone with an earpiece, flash them up on the screen. We want to see who's watching and listening to us at the same time. They did set up a thing in the winter, which I thought was a wind-up. I don't get commission for it, but there's an Everett discount, apparently. An earpiece is going to be 12 quid. Apparently, if you mention an Everett earpiece, you get
14.
9 quid. Yeah. No, 9 quid. So there you go. He's invested in an earpiece.
Well, Somerset batters on the way down the new stairs here from the Andy Caddick Pavilion. The Hampshire team are waiting on the sidelines. We're about 4 minutes away from the first ball here. The crowd's filling up. Always a nice buzz here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Ready for some action tonight.
Do spread the news with your friends and family. Get people listening and watching wherever they are in the world. YouTube works. Any country, you've got an internet connection, you can watch us. Facebook Live, YouTube, Somerset website and Match Centre. Keep you updated.
Looks like Somerset have adopted Luke Littler's walkout theme tune from the darts. Always gets the crowd buzzing. I prefer I Am a Cider Drinker by the Wurzels personally, but
yeah, agreed.
Whatever floats your boat and gets you ready for action. Umpires have strode out.
Ian Blackwell, Paul Baldwin tonight.
Looking identical to Somerset players in their black trousers, black hats with pink tops.
Yeah. And I think you'll be pretty good to comment on this. I think Ian Blackwell is looking more trim than usual this year. Has he been on some fitness training with you?
He's lost half of himself over the winter.
What's happened?
Well, he's lost some weight, Harry.
Have you been involved with it? Any?
No, absolutely no involvement from me. I played golf with him the last few weeks, and no, he's just decided to trim up and eat healthy, and he's looking very, very good for it. I think it was actually my comment a few years ago about his trousers looking a bit tight that was the straw that broke the camel's back. But yeah, he's looking in great nick. Is Blackie, a wonderful cricketer for Somerset, England, Durham, Warwickshire. Plying his trade out there as an umpire now. Here we go then, we're only a couple of minutes away.
Other games going on. Middlesex are playing Essex tonight. Kane Williamson's already 21 off 11. Essex is being played at Lords. Leicestershire are playing Notts in the North Group later on, but stay tuned to us. We'll be with you for the duration of this game. We've got people watching from Cape Town. Shout out to Jart in Cape Town. Bennett from Hale and Cornwall.
The VERTU motor Range Rover's on its way out to the middle in your screens now.
What's his name?
With the white ball ready for the open. And today is the final day where you can offer your suggestion for the renaming. The winning suggestion will be going on the number plate for, well, maybe in perpetuity. Who knows? We might do it every year, but get your comments in, and the favourite will end up on that number plate as it makes its way off the field like most EV cars. I just hope it's got enough charge to make it.
Well, Chris Wood's going to open up to Tom Banton. Will Smead at non-striker's end. Leandre Pretorius has the gloves. He's going to stand back, of course, to start with. Third and Fine are both up in the ring. Deep cover and deep square leg. So two square fielders are two back on the boundary. Maybe you might try the odd back for length delivery here. Tom Banton back to 5 for England. Back in his opening spot for Somerset in the T20. Here we go. We have blast off. Left arm off Chris Wood to open up. There it is, back for length. Lovely back foot punch with no run.
Yeah, Chris Wood, a real stalwart of the Hampshire team with his left arm over. Often bowls 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. Very good death bowler. Bowls a lot of cutters into the pitch. Banton's been in sparkling form. You feel like something's due from the top 3.
Yeah, I agree. Big score for one of these top 3 coming tonight. Lovely shot from Tom Banton. Only going 1 run. Second place Somerset playing 5th place Hampshire tonight. Surrey, you've had a good couple of results. They've won 5, lost 2. Somerset won 5, lost 1. So game in hand for Somerset. If they win today, they'll go back top of the table. Somerset beating Surrey here, the difference. Surrey lost 2 games now. Somerset just 1. Slight tweak in the field from Hampshire for Will Smeed. And they can change their mind. James Vincent changed his mind 3 times. Extra cover, Liam Dawson, no. Then he's going to go back to the leg side. Now he is going to go to extra cover, and they're going to bring a slip in place. Maybe Albert's going to come in at first slip. And then backward point goes to more of a short third, really. So a slip and a sort of back gully line. Sophie Love's joined us in the box. She'll be back on comms later on. Short, wide, and punched for no run. Good field setting for Vince in the end.
Yeah, I was researching Pretorius. He's got quite an unusual first name, Lehandre, hyphenated, but his middle name's Gilbert. How many years since Gilbert and Albert have stood next to each other on a cricket field? That feels like something
Gilbert
very
Jessup.
much from the 18th century, 19th century even.
They're chatting away, they're loving it. Well, slip and this short third. Go on then, why do you think there's a slip and this short third for Smeed but not for Banton then? Is that they're not so strong outside the off stump as Banton is?
Well, you know you need to hide it away from Smeed's body. He's very good when the ball's into sort of middle leg stump, anything into the thigh pad. He has a knack of just belting it into the Somerset stand. So they'll obviously be looking to slide the ball across, and I think very much playing on the front foot. They've got the mentality of trying to get Smeed out, so they've put the slip in place, which is a good tactic, especially early on, to any batter who's susceptible to just edging those balls angling across from the left-hander.
Quiet start here from Somerset point of view. Only 1 run on 5 balls. It's only early days, but you feel like a tiny little bit of thought in Will Smeed's head here. Can he get away with this ball? There we go. Should be at least 2, probably going to be 4. Yeah, deep square leg, going to charge, run and dive. Great bit of fielding, actually. Done well to save 2. Tom Panter's nearly run into Will Smeed as he comes back to the second. Good piece of fielding. Still, Hampshire will take 3 off the first over. It's a decent start. Kent were flying off the power play with Miei and Daniel Bell-Drummond on Sunday.
Yeah, nice first over there from Chris Wood. Just 3 from it. Somerset batters just giving themselves a bit of time to get themselves in. You know, if you get in here at Taunton, you can really cash in.
Disbelief in my ears. Yes, I think Leandre Pretorius does have a jumper on. Believe it or not. I mean, he's born in South Africa. They get hot weather out there, but I'd still say 30 degrees here is pretty warm, but not warm enough for him.
Maybe something just a little looser fitting.
We're going to see right arm seen from the Triscoffic pavilion end. I think, yes, with a deep cover, a deep square leg. And Jack. England Lions bowler. Commentated on him in the Sri Lanka warm-up up at New Road for Worcestershire last year. I was quite impressed with Eddie Jack. Dom Kelly's another young lad coming through the Hampshire ranks. John Turner and Sonny Baker, of course, other young quicks. So with the Bass having gone, Abbott and Barker, sorry, nearing the end of their careers, there's plenty of seam options still coming through for Hampshire. Exciting time for them. Brad Wheel not playing tonight. There's still Curry and Fuller. So many seam bowling options down at Hampshire. James Vince has plenty of options to rest, rotate and choose between. Curry's at mid-on. He's quite a good death specialist. I confused Brad and
death
Scott
specialist. Curry. Sounds ominous.
Wait till he comes on. This is Scott Curry. There's a Brad and a Scott Curry.
Oh, don't bowl there. Beautiful shot there from Tom Banton. Bowled hard into the pitch, and Banton loves a pull shot. Beautifully played. Didn't quite get all of it. A little bit on the toe of the bat. Just an indication that, just an indication to the bowler that you can bowl short to me, Sunshine.
Yeah, it's 1 bounce 4 in the end. Thought he got it a little bit better than that, but still 4 runs, and already there's a big chat between Vince and Jack. No field change. Probably start to bowl there again, please.
Well, that was Smeed, wasn't it? Yeah, that very much is the Smeed zone, isn't it? Another one into length, and a scampered single.
Banton always makes me laugh. He doesn't run, he doesn't pump his arms when he runs. He runs fairly quickly now. He sort of just hovers his arms and wobbles them. You think, is he ever going to pump his arms and get them going?
You must really struggle to sleep at night, Harry, if that is the sort of thing that you think about. But
got to be analytical as commentators, haven't we, Pete? You've got to notice these things the viewers might not see. We've got to be their eyes, especially when Nick was telling us you can barely see the fielders in front of him, which ain't got the right contacts in. You struggle with your eyesight sometimes, don't you?
Nice shot there from Smead, just giving himself a bit of room again. Not perfectly timed, but enough for 2.
No, Banton that time.
Oh, I'm getting horribly wrong.
You can't tell. You can't see.
I'm just fixated on his non-moving arms when he runs.
You can't tell. I have to be the eyes of the commentary box. If you know what, you two over 30 now, can't see who's who. Seagulls all over the place, swooping, they're ready. Hold on to your pasties tightly if you're listening in the audience. They're pretty vicious, the seagulls around it. Well, Eddie Jack's right up over. Short, Tom Banton, that could be out. That could be straight to square leg. Can he get there? Great catch. That is a superb catch. It was never straight to him. They've celebrated that wildly because they know how important the Tom Banton wicket is. That is a brilliant catch, actually, at backward square leg. I thought it was going to be easier, and a lot of ground to make up. Great work. 11 for 1. Talked about one of the top 3 going big. Well, it won't be Banton tonight. Top of the Cowboy at 3. Banton gone for just 4. Eddie Jack will be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, good, brave piece of bowling there. He's already been clouted for 1 boundary, banging it in, but he's stuck to his plan. Hard length. Banton hasn't quite executed the shot. That's a big wicket for Hampshire. Top player in top form, but that brings Tom Kohler-Cadmore to the crease, who's due a big score. He's been batting beautifully, striking it clean, hasn't quite kicked on, so I'm sure he'll be hungry for a big contribution tonight. Fantastic catch there out in the deep. He's made a lot of ground, probably 20 yard, diving low to his right.
Joe Weatherly, that is out there. Good fielder. Out from the Trade Nation temporary stand. Again, short, but well played. Tom Kohler-Cadmore looks very calm when he tucks that one down, even first ball. The Kane Williamson shot, the run off the face down to 3rd for 1. Keeps the strike.
Well, here in Trade Nation stand, or maybe we should call it the friends and family section, because we've got Fran Wilson's dad, Sophie Love's mum.
Oh, Fran Wilson's dad and Sophie Love's mum in the stand next to each other.
Highest run scorer, single innings, I should say. Nathan is here.
Better keep your eye on them. Better keep your eye on them, Harry.
They're the ones getting kicked out first tonight, you reckon? Money on Mrs. Wilson and Mrs. Love. Well, I think we're going to see a ball. No, it's still Chris Wood.
There is a change of bowling, and it's James Fuller from the Trescothick stand end. Right arm bowler, used to bowl seriously good pace. I don't think he's quite as quick as he used to be, but a very clever bowler. Looks to hit that hard length and push the batter back.
Yeah, good call. Easy single there. Smee wasn't quite sure straight away. Liam Dawson was never able to stop that from short extra cover. Point too deep as well. They don't mind ones here, the fielding side at Hampshire. They know at Taunton there's going to be 200 plus scored in quite a few innings here. Stopping the boundaries. All the fielders in the ring are pretty much giving them 1. Mid wickets in on slightly tighter. Hands from Smead, not really any feet or head movement towards the ball, but just hands thrown through it. How much do you think Smead's games develop from coming back to playing red ball again? You know, we're not just talking playing for Bridgewater and club cricket, but playing 2s games of the red ball. Yeah,
I definitely see a more rounded game. He's hit some beautiful shots through the offside. I mean, very much the signature shot of Will Smead was very straight back over the bowler's head towards cow corner, and then the pull shot. And used to be quite limited through the offside, but he's got a great all-round game now, as has this man, Kohler-Cadmore, getting a bit of length, a half volley, and beautifully struck back over the bowler's head. Kohler-Cadmore looks to start his innings at a very high tempo. That's a great start from him.
Yeah, great shot. We've got a comment here saying Somerset probably the best depth in their batting in the whole Vitality Blast. Big comment, but with Josh Davey, the opening batting county championship coming in tonight as well. So that's extended. Well, Kayla Campbell doesn't want to let anyone else have a go. He wants to bat and bat and bat. A bit quicker from Fuller.
Yeah, big swish across the line, just predicting that length being dragged back. Probably lucky for anyone still late night shopping in Taunton, he didn't get hold of that. That was a full swing of the kitchen sink.
Yeah, even an edge there would have gone for 4, I reckon. Keeper short third and short farm won't be able to stop that bat speed. 83.8 miles an hour, thanks to Euro down the speed gun. That's another 6 for Tom Kohler-Cadmore into the James Hildreth stand.
Wasting no time tonight, Kohler-Cadmore. Looks like he's going full tilt.
I don't think I've ever seen him bat waste time, to be honest with you. That county championship innings here against Kent, I remember, went absolutely ballistic. Causing the car park. Talk of him maybe having a sniff of getting back into the championship side for Edgbaston, Warwickshire away on Sunday. Interesting to see what happens. Don't forget this is the last T20 Blast home game here, and the chaps will head up to Birmingham on Saturday, ready for 4-day.
James Fuller's going to have to get into that experience archive here with the batter going after him. Another short ball and not timed, but enough to go through. Don't think it will make the rope. Nice piece of fielding out there on the boundary. The Somerset crowd confident that's gone over the rope, but
yeah,
no sign from the fielder. So just 2 runs.
Good effort. Good effort. You're right. He's completely clocked that. He's nearly gone for 4. I think probably has gone.
Steward's inquiry on that one.
As his right arm's touching it, his legs on the boundary, isn't it? Yeah, that's definitely 4.
I think that thigh is on the boundary rope as he flicked it back. Benefit to the fielder, though. That happens in such a short space of time. Probably unaware that he was touching the rope as he flicked that back. Jack going to bowl back-to-back overs here in the power play. 26 for 1 after 3. Another ball into length, quite high risk against someone like Smead. Good aggressive fast bowling here. Two fielders out in the deep on the leg side, just behind square, and then straight mid wicket for that trademark pull shot of Smead's. Oh, full toss and maybe a no ball. Yes, given a no ball by Ian Blackwell. So that's 4 runs, a no ball, and more importantly, a free hit coming up next.
Yeah, not ideal. So basically a free hit that ball, hit for 4. Now we're going to have another free hit in this ball.
I think it's probably one of the greatest things to be able to face in cricket is a free hit.
Yeah,
they often are quite anticlimactic, but
yes. Particularly in club cricket, the amount of dot balls you see from a free hit swing too hard. Get too excited. They face them quite a lot in professional cricket.
Oh, he's got away with it with a good piece of bowling. That's a very brave ball to bowl to Will Smead, but you have to say, very well executed.
Yeah, perfectly, just below the top of that helmet height.
Got some pace as this young man. Another good shot over backward point, not timed again, but enough to go to the boundary rope. Will Smead is playing his shots tonight.
Yeah, opened up, gave himself a bit of room to carve that over point. Peak on leg side, but still got strong enough stable base to access the area, strong forearms. Good shot from Will Smead. Liam Dawson's a decent fielder at extra cover. They decide not to risk taking one on to his stop and throw. Almost dot or 4 through that. Any Jack then 1 for 19 so far. Run rate currently 9.8.
Both batters off to good starts, in particular Cola Cadmore, who's 14 off just 6 balls at the moment. Another boundary. High risk strategy going into the pitch here at Taunton in the power play. Another boundary to Will Smead.
Yeah, good to see him taking on runs and boundaries to the offside. So often you think of Will Smead as smashing it over Cow and smashing it through mid-wicket. Well, square leg mid-wicket were back, and now have to change the field because of his strong cover drives. They've got a backward point in and bring mid-wicket up into the ring. Now does Smead allow himself anything straight and whip through mid-wicket.
Reaction from Hampshire. They've put the gully fielder back. Brought up mid-wicket. Jack finishes the over, an expensive one. Somerset going exactly 10 and over in these first 4 overs, thanks to VERTU Motors. Their continued support. If you're thinking of changing vehicle, go on their website. They don't just do radio controlled cars.
They do actual cars.
Even though it is fun messing around with that little thing when you get a bit of
I've seen
time
Jade
off.
Wellington having loads of time when she should be warming up. She's been practicing on a remote control car. I've seen that every women's game. She's having a little go. Cadmore on strike then. There's one patrolling fielder on the deep leg side boundary, one on the deep cover boundary. Chris Wood, the left arm, is going to come back on for his second over. 1 on, 1 off, 1 on from the river end. No run there. Tom Cadmore says wait. Yeah, James Vince, of course, was the captain of Hampshire for years as a full-time professional at Hampshire, living locally. Now he's relocated to the Middle East. He's returned for the Blast. He played in the PSL for Karachi Kings. He was the leading overseas run scorer in that tournament. He's now back to try and get Somerset back into final state. A bit gutted to miss out last year. They've had a pretty good start to this campaign. They're the best opening day crowd since 2017 when they had that 106-run win over Essex. It was their record home score just a few weeks back. And they'll be desperate to get into the knockout stages. 5th at the moment. Surrey, Sussex and Somerset all looking pretty strong. Kent's been pretty good too. Tom Cadmore's cloth that just over mid-on. Probably half a yard over his head. He's backpedaled 2 or 3 yards in the ring. Tom Cadmore's got away with that. That could be massive.
Yeah, not timed at all, but so committed to the shot. He's got it high on the bat somewhere near the maker's label. Still just enough to get over that 30-metre circle and disappear off to the boundary. Cola Cadmore certainly means business, but Somerset need him to go big tonight. One of these top 4 batters to get a big score. Another one in the same place, slightly better struck this time. No chance for mid-on. Back-to-back boundaries. Cola Cadmore is motoring along.
Yeah, great cricket shot that. On the front foot this time, opening up, pinging over mid-on. That time he thought about jumping or diving, but he wasn't going to be able to reach that one.
Under pressure, changing the field. Long on goes back, mid-wicket comes up. And a thumping cover drive all the way along the ground into the Trade Nation stand like a bullet. 3 boundaries in a row now, and Cola Cadmore has had enough. This is the point though where he often just goes a little bit too hard, but something tells me that he is full steam ahead tonight.
Yeah, he hit that cover drive very hard, clean. It was never going to have to run that. Big gap between extra cover and deep cover. Vince just chatting further to Wood. Happy with the same field. Could this... Oh, that was nearly the boundary. He's not far away from 6,000 T20 runs, Tom Cadmore. Just 3 runs away now. Decent effort. Point. Saving a couple of runs there. 6,000 T20 runs in no time. A bit of a T20 juggernaut around the world in franchise competitions, be it the Abu Dhabi T10 and the PSL, and playing in the IPL for Rajasthan Royals a couple of times as well.
Last ball of the 5th over. Smeed on strikes. And he whips that away. 2 straight from Chris Wood, an expensive over. 4 boundaries from it. Great over for Somerset. 57 for 1 after 5 overs.
I'm getting booted out. See you later.
With our one-day cup game against the Northampton Steelbacks. It's the Somerset Introducing Music Festival with fresh music talent from the region on show.
Nice aggressive batting there from Somerset. The loss of Tom Banton hasn't had a negative impact on this power play so far. Somerset have really played some aggressive cricket all the way through this innings so far. Curry into the attack from the Trescothick stand end as I welcome Nicole Harvey into the commentary box.
What an evening. Tonko Cadmore just needs 1 more run for that 6,000 runs. What a remarkable effort that is. Quite a milestone. There he goes.
With that single, Tom Cadmore reaches 6,000 runs in T20 cricket.
Just here on that pitch right there, crowd causing that 6,000 runs for Tom Cadmore in T20 cricket. As he is now 28 of 13 deliveries. Smeed 24 of 15.
Yeah, a little bit of a high-risk strategy, a battery of bowlers that are looking to bash the ball into the wicket. It's good when it's good, but it also brings the runs when it's not. These two are known to play the short ball very well. Bit of a strange tactic this, having bowlers all doing the same job when it's not working, but Somerset will care not. Another boundary here at Taunton.
Yeah, they've really kicked on here. 62 for 1, they were 11 for 1. Obviously losing Banton for just 4. Smeed's playing with a lot of intent. I think they knew they wanted Smeed early. They had that slip you talked about earlier, in with Chris Wood bowling, left-handed, angling it in, slip in play. They know he's dangerous when he gets going, and pretty much been going from the off, hasn't he?
Oh, another one. Copy and paste, another boundary. Very one-trick pony from Hampshire at the moment, and it's costing them dearly in this power play. Bashing it in against 2 players that are renowned for hitting the pull shot. And they're licking their lips at the moment.
Do you think they're going to go to Dawson, Triggs, or do you think...
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he bowls the first over out of the power play. It's just a little bit strange that Hampshire have just gone so into the pitch. Another short ball swatted through, half stopped by cover. Smeed's going to pick up another couple of runs. And that closes out a pretty successful power play for Somerset. Apart from the loss of Tom Banton, Smeed and Kola Cadmore have played very clinical, very aggressively, and the team have moved on to 68 for 1.
We haven't seen that many slower balls really used. Just there, as you can see on the screen, Somerset versus Northampton Steelbacks. That is Tuesday, August the 26th, and there will be music Music Festival.
From the River End, returning 26, James Cook.
Buy those tickets. That's Tuesday, August the 26th. I've seen many
It's just the length has been quite predictable. Fuller again, I think his sort of MO is to bowl hard length into the pitch. He does bowl slower ball, so it'd be interesting to see if he goes to that. But with that short leg side boundary, if he bowls that stock delivery, I can't see it ending well. But again, I could be wrong, as I pretty much commentated cursed a couple of times already today. Kola Cadmore happy to nudge that one for a single. I think that really is a feature of these two in particular. Once they get the bit between the teeth, they don't ever really come back down a gear. They just look to hit every ball for runs as Smeed looks over his left shoulder towards that leg side boundary, hoping that Fuller bowls into the pitch and short. He does, but outside off stump that time, and Smeed swipes that towards mid-off for one.
Yeah, 6 overs gone already, 70 on the board. Run rate's ticking up. And we saw it here on Sunday, didn't we? High scoring matches. And what is the par here for the men now? That's the question.
Well,
seems to be going up more and more.
I don't think, with my experience of playing here, I don't think you can ever put anything on the board that you can't chase. Kola Cadmore again, 29, playing beautifully, goes for the big heave and drags that onto the stumps. It was the ball he was looking for, but he's tried to hit that to the moon and back and hasn't quite managed it, dragged it on to the stumps, and another exciting innings from Kola Cadmore comes to an end too short, too soon. And that brings Tom Abel to the crease, who's also due a big contribution here. Again, a massive swing there from Kola Cadmore. Just feel like with his power, he doesn't have to swing that hard.
No, I mean, his innings was fairly steady. I mean, he was striking the ball well, but it wasn't playing shots like that. He's throwing the kitchen sink at that one.
Yeah, that's an old-fashioned hack, isn't it? And doesn't quite execute the shot. Head up too early. And that brings his downfall. So Fuller has struck. He has been somewhat expensive, but that wicket will make him feel an awful lot better. Tom Abel on strike to face his first ball. Tom Abel normally looks to start his innings in a more classical fashion, just strong shots, looking to run well, rotate the strike, and then expand as his innings progresses, whereas Smeed, Kola Cadmore, Banton just look to set off fireworks from ball one almost.
Tom Abel 22 against Kent and only 2 against Gloucester, 24 against Middlesex. Like you said, he is due a big one. Pulls that one away. Good piece of fielding out there by the 2 Hampshire fielders working together. Nice bit of boundary riding. Tom Abel did have the 36 not out earlier in the season, but that was against Sussex, 6th of June. Hasn't quite gone on.
Yeah, a couple of batters in the Somerset lineup, you feel are due. A short ball again, opening up so many parts of the ground. A successful over from Fuller, but again, just generally bowling a little bit too short so far, the Hampshire bowlers, and that's been edged away for 4. Yeah, I think on your previous question in terms of like batting first par, I think you'd back yourself to defend anything 190, 185 and above, but I just don't think there's ever a score you can get if the opposition play well and you bowl poorly that they can't chase. So yeah, there there is a high tariff on just executing as many good shots as you can, as Liam Dawson, fresh off a really successful reintroduction into the England team, comes on to bowl at the Trescothick stand end. Yeah, I think you're always under pressure as a defending bowling attack here at Taunton, but it's such a true pitch. But I suppose you've always got to add a little bit of tax onto whatever score you get with that scoreboard pressure for the team who've got to chase. At the moment, Somerset will be eyeing up something beginning with a 2.
Dawson here, just moving his field. At the moment he's got cover out, long off, long on, square and cow.
I think that is also the reason, Nicole, where down here in the southwest we always see quite full crowds, because the pitch, the ground, it does produce high-scoring, exciting cricket matches, lots of boundaries. The kids love seeing the 4s and the 6s, and there's no shortage of that, as Dawson instantly starting to show his class, firing that ball into the pitch with enough spin just to get it to hold there. Will Smead getting a leading edge on that one as he moves on to 40 in quick time.
It's going to be hard for the fielders here in front of the Trade Nation. The sun coming down, a little bit blinding, but that's what they're used to, what they practice for. Yeah, like you said, the crowds, it's exciting here at Taunton. There's always a nice atmosphere. It doesn't feel too big, but it's big enough. It's entertaining. Good here from Dawson so far.
Yeah, just firing the ball. He has a good handle on, or control of his length. Gets the ball to skid into the knee roll, upper thigh. Tom Abel and Will Smead generally look to play in slightly different ways. Will Smead, I think his preferred way is to stand up and hit strong shots. Tom Abel will use sweeps and reverse sweeps, so I'd like to see him face a lot of Dawson actually to be able to pick up those boundaries from time to time. But also I think Liam Dawson is such a good performer over so many years. It's probably one bowler that you can just look to respect to a point. You obviously don't want to dead bat him, but not someone that you're going to try and take for 12 and over. If you can take him for somewhere in the 30s off his 4, keep him at the wickets, because he's such a big bowler for this Hampshire team. If he doesn't get wickets, you can target other bowlers. As we say, great place to watch here. We've got a double header on the 8th of July against Essex. Coming up soon. Keep your eye on that website. Tom Abel just running that down to third man. Fuller bowling his 3rd over from the River End. Will Smead on 42. Somerset 81 for 2.
Dawson only going for 5 in that over, so like you said, they've targeted other bowlers already. Wood was going at 10s, Jack went at 11.5. His 2 overs, 1 for 23 of his 2.
Oh, that's high. I think it's been called as 1 for the over, but I feel like that was a little bit over the helmet. Could have easily been a wide. We obviously get the benefit of a replay here. Oh, yeah, that's wide. That's a wide. Come on, Ian. Get those arms out. Another short ball and belted, as I keep saying, high risk strategy to bowl short to Will Smead.
Moves on to 46 so far, really composed innings from him, only 26 deliveries.
That's very close to being a no ball as well, I would have said, nearly over shoulder height again.
That man in the crowd with the bucket hat enjoyed that one.
This is...
That's Will Smeed's 50. Just 29 deliveries. Really fine piece of batting from him, really destructive. Taking it to the bowlers.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's a particularly well thought out strategy to Will Smeed. Pick and choose your batters to bowl short to. Will Smeed would probably be quite low on my list of bowlers to try and bounce out. Another one into the wicket. He's only going to thick edge that into the ground and pick up one. But you open up so many scoring opportunities for Will Smeed when you relentlessly just try and bang it in. Maybe why Somerset are going pretty well here so far.
53 from 29 balls, Triggs. What do you think? Must be pretty happy with that.
Oh, I mean, he's on easy street. He's made a great contribution to the team, and that's not going to change. It's just up to Will Smeed to be hungry for that big score as Abel cuts another short delivery, well fielded out there at deep point. Abel's going to pick up 2. End of Fuller's third over. He's gone for 35 so far. He's picked up that wicket, but he's been expensive.
Yeah, ranging from 79 to sort of 82, 83 mile an hour, but he keeps bowling short, and it's how long do they stick to that plan, which isn't being successful.
Well, I think when there are so many high proportion of deliveries banged into sort of thigh to chest height, you can almost set yourself as a batter for it. And yeah, I mean, I know he does bowl good slower balls, occasional Yorker, just keep the batter thinking a little bit. Dawson staying into the attack. Will Smeed on strike on 53 and going beautifully so far this evening. Interesting to see how they play Dawson. Like I said, I think you perform so well over so many years. You earn a little bit of respect, and Somerset batters look to be being a little bit more circumspect to Dawson, who is quite clearly a very key bowler for Hampshire. Yes, if he bowls a poor delivery, put it away. But Dawson's a very canny bowler. I think he sort of undercuts the odd ball so it lands on the shine and skids onto you, and then he bowls the ball that looks the same but just catches the seam and just holds a little bit. It's no fluke he has been such a good cricketer for so long. Three singles so far off this over.
Now, like you said, it's very apparent that these batters know he is, you know, a class player, and he's very skillful in what he does. So they're happy to take him, you know, for one a ball for a minute. Smeed's in fine form though. 51 not out against that Gloucestershire. 2 games ago, 81 not out versus Essex, 1st of June, Chelmsford. And 24 on Sunday against Kent. Good feet there from Abel, just one down the ground.
100 up for Somerset in the 10th over. One ball left of this Liam Dawson over that's gone for 6 already. And then Dan the man is somewhere here in the ground who's managed to catch up with someone with an exceptionally safe pair of hands.
Halfway through the innings, Somerset 101 for 2, and I believe Dan has found our VERTU crowd catcher
winner in the Somerset stand.
I sure have. Here he is, Marcus Ben Stokes-Webber. Well done, Marcus. What a catch.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been living all my life for this moment, so here it is. I don't know where I go from here.
Yeah, without swearing, tell us your thoughts as it was coming towards you.
You said don't repeat what I told you earlier. It was coming over and I thought this is easy, no problem at all, I've got this.
Well done.
Along those lines.
Something along those lines, yeah. Well done. You've won hospitality tickets. 8th of August, 2 of you can go for the one-day cup game.
Fantastic, thank you so much.
Give it up for Marcus!
Marcus in the crowd there with a fantastic crowd catch, and he said he thought it was easy and he made it look easy, so sign him up. Get him out there.
I'm not sure they're ever easy. Although I did see one on Sky the other day. I think it was at Canterbury. Might have been last night, actually. And there was a good one there. But you had a lot of space. I think you need a bit of space to work with, not a congested area.
Someone else diving in front of you. Ooh, that's well struck by Smeed, but it's hit the stumps.
Well fielded by the stumps there. I reckon that saved 4 runs.
I think the umpire was moving very fast as well. Just watching that replay there. Smeed's got unlucky there. He's missed out on a couple. Struck it well. Slower ball from there from Jack, but good option, I think. At the moment, they've almost looked to do the same thing, so that's one of the first slower balls we've seen for quite a while. You know, the game plan was to go short, and Smeed showed them why they shouldn't be doing that. He's put a lot in the stands, and now they've just got to do something different.
Yeah, I think T20 just trying to not be predictable.
That's a brilliant shot there from Smeed as he's put that in the top of the James Hildreth stand. I'm sure we will see a replay there. We didn't get a crowd catch. But really well struck.
Yeah, it's brilliant from Will Smeed. Really putting some impetus into this Somerset innings at the moment. Need a new ball. I thought that bounced back, but obviously bounced over.
Only took the man out in the stand. Will Smeed, only 23 years old, is exciting. Definitely talented.
Happy birthday to Harrison Charles here with Mum and Dad. Happy birthday to Lucas Bradford, who turns 15 tomorrow. And a happy birthday to Tony Strong, who's sitting in the Somerset.
Happy birthday to Chloe Skelton for tomorrow. There you go, Scouts. A little bit of a shout out while we're on the birthday theme. I hope one of the girls has got hold of the announcer, and in the next one we'll be saying happy birthday to Scouts.
So Will Smeed is a product of King's College Taunton, 23 years old. See, Tom Banton was in the same boarding house as Will Smeed. Will Smeed had 82 or 49 deliveries in only his second professional game, and that was against Gloucestershire in the 2020 Vitality Blast. Jack, that's a wide, short delivery outside the off stump, given wide by the umpire there. A little bit of a cheer from the crowd.
Yeah, he's under pressure here, the bowler. Still got 3 balls of this over as well.
Again, 2 wides in a row, just been hit for a 6. 30 off 2.3 for Jack so far. He did pick up a wicket, but Hampshire need to think something sharpish, and Dawson can't do it all for them.
Yeah, unfortunately Dawson's only got 2 more overs, and the rest of the seamers are going to have to pick up the slack. And he's absolutely drilled that over long on. He's hit that so hard. Thought the fielder was interested for a second, but couldn't quite get a hand on that. And that is just the power that Will Smeed possesses. And Eddie Jack is, I said he was under pressure, he is, I reckon his head is scrambling here.
Yes, just not really clicked for any of the bowlers. They seem to be grasping at straws at times. Dawson's bowled really well, and he's shown his class, and the Somerset batters have respected that, taking him for any singles really. The seamers certainly have looked at times like they haven't had a plan. Jack again, he's almost tempting that blue line, wanting Smeed to reach for it, but
it's just an interesting option, like change the field, like third came, or deep point came up into the circle. To still, I mean, didn't get away with it, but to still bowl that wide line plan with no man on the boundary behind square on the offside, that's brave. But he hasn't got that, I don't think, Smeed. And what was a brilliant over for Somerset has turned into a wicket at the back end for Hampshire. And I think Will Smeed's going to be kicking himself there. He's played incredibly well for 68, but I think he'll feel that he's left a few out there, Nick.
Yeah, 68 from 36 deliveries, batting so well, almost one of those, I think it probably was in his slot, you know, he'd say, you know, it was there, but one too many considering that over. He's already taken them for a 6, then, you know, number of wides from him. You know, was it a lack of concentration, a lack of execution? He very much looked like he had a lot more out there. And it is such a shame for Somerset to see him go. He was striking it so well, but that one is almost borderline on a Yorker. It was almost too full and cramped him slightly. And he's mishit that one. Somerset now 116 for 3. Real shame seeing Smeed go there.
But very excited to see Sean Dixon come to the crease. A man who has been out of the game for a while and found himself back on the park in the last couple of weeks, and he's playing pretty well himself, so he'll be keen to get into his work. Sort of engine room of Abel and Dixon in that middle order. Try and push Somerset up to 200 and beyond here. That's a good finish to the 11th over. Dot ball. I feel like every dot ball is precious here at Taunton.
Small margin for error, absolutely lucky. And Somerset now 116 for 3 after 11 overs. Dawson is coming off. We're going to see a change of bowling here.
I think this is a good move. Benny Howell, seeing the spin of Dawson be really effective, and Benny Howell has got a lot of change-ups in his locker. Will look to take pace off the ball. I mean, you can see how short his run-up's going to be by the looks. Sporting some lime green shoes. Not sure whether they go with the kit or clash, to be honest.
I mean, there is a bit of flair there. He's got to be brave. And that's bowled. First ball. Tom Abel goes for 10. I just want to see the replay on there. It's a little bit, sun was glaring, coming right across my eyesight there. So I just want to see that replay. But Abel goes for 10. That's not what Somerset would have needed at this point. They were going along nicely. Smeed and Abel had a nice partnership building.
Yeah, it looked like that was just a pace-off delivery, little cutter, and looked like it moved off the surface, but it might be wrong. Abel playing down the wrong line and departs. And Somerset, 2 new batters at the crease now. Hampshire have got a bit of an in this game. Oh, dragged on. Just a pace off. Abel reaching for it. Inspired bowling change by James Vince, I think.
Yeah, interesting from Tom Abel. He looks like he's cross-batted almost and played down the wrong line of that quite unlike him, as he's normally very much on that.
Skipper Lewis Gregory at the crease then. Probably could say that about a lot of the Somerset batters, that they seem to be in good form at the moment. You can just hear the energy from the Hampshire fielders now. Extra cover mid-wicket, really tight. Same for backward point, trying to squeeze the new batter.
Lewis Gregory's had some fine form recently. 33 not out against Gloucestershire and 58 not out against Middlesex. 33 years of age. Vast amount of experience at this club. Really embraced Taunton. Very much part of the furniture here now. Plymouth born. Very much pace off again here.
Brilliant running from the Somerset pair. And yeah, that's what Benny Howell does. Incredibly skillful. He's not going to put too much pace on the ball. He's going to ask the batters to create all of that for themselves. And that's smart batting from Dixon as well, being able to nudge it into that onside, try and get two. He gets hold of that, but only as far as deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, like you said, it is smart because it's just hit that one actually a lot cleaner, but only getting a single. Whereas before it's, you know, almost a drop and run and getting a two. He's not hit the ball anywhere near as hard.
It's almost like when it's a good ball, can you almost take, even though there's not much pace on it anyway from Benny Howell, can you take pace out of it to manipulate the field? You can see Lewis doing a similar job there.
Just seeing the speeds there from Howell. 44, 53, 59, 55, 46 and 59. Really varying the pace there.
I'm not surprised that Abel dragged on that first ball. 44.
Powered by Urele, their speed gun there, but you can see that first delivery, 44.6 mile an hour.
I reckon Charlie Dean bowls Stockpool at 44.
Yeah, and he had another one there
I
at
might
46.
be mistaken, but I reckon.
But that's a 15 mile an hour difference in a couple of those deliveries, which is a big difference when you're batting. So you've really got to be concentrating. And as you say, 44 is really quite slow.
Effective though. Got the wicket, didn't it? It's exactly what James Vince wanted from Benny Howell.
And we're going to see a change of bowling from the River End. It is going to be Dawson coming on.
Yeah, smart from Hampshire. They really want to squeeze now. Dawson's their main man.
Really nice start. What I like about Dawson is he fires it in, 58.9 mile an hour there. Fires it in and he's trying to slide it on. Next one is going under. It's a very clever bowler, very clever. There he goes, and a wicket, that's bowled. Dixon goes for 3, and Dawson has shown how skillful he is so far. 2.2 overs, only going for 13 when they were going at 11s or 12s. Somerset have just really, the momentum has really changed. The ebbs and flows of this game has just shown how quickly things can change in T20 cricket. Somerset looked very much on top. Smead was dominating, and then all of a sudden a few wickets, and Hampshire are very much on top in my opinion here, Luffy.
Yeah, agreed. It's, like you say, that word momentum, huge in T20 cricket. And there's going to be, I say, a little to do for the lower order, a lot to do for the lower order now. Green, Overton, Goldsworthy.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset do bat deep, and we've talked a lot about it, you know, the calibre of players they've got, and Ben Green, obviously, he can be destructive. He is an exciting player, very much in his own right, but there is a lot for them to do. There's still almost 8 overs left in this innings.
It's tucked into the leg side for one. Yeah, I think these two can maybe afford to just give themselves a little bit of time. Just lost 3 wickets for 6 runs in the space of a couple of overs here. Just try and build into a partnership to allow them to then accelerate again at the back end.
Good again there from Dawson, but Gregory just working that into the leg side. They're happy to take him for singles for a minute. They know he is probably Hampshire's most dangerous bowler. It's all a bit still here in the crowd in Taunton.
Yeah, it's one way to silence the Taunton crowd, isn't it? 3 quick wickets.
Slower ball there from Dawson, only 50.9 mile an hour, about 9 mile an hour slower than his first delivery in this over, just showing how much he's varying this pace. Quicker delivery again, trying to just fire that one in at the pads.
It's another exceptional over there from Liam Dawson. That's what you've come to expect from him now. Proven performer. Great to see him back in the England fold as well of late. Really deserved that call up.
1 for 16 for Dawson off his 3 overs so far.
The Essex doubleheader is Tuesday, the 8th of July.
Going to continue with pace-off options here. Benny Howell again.
Slower ball, well fielded there at point. Cut that one off.
Benny Howell's got plenty of experience as well, Nick, in this situation.
Yeah, it's a funny one. When you watch his action, it's not the most traditional action, but he's very, skillful, and it works.
I do like how tight extra cover and mid-wicket are. Might push 2 here into that gap at square leg. Good running from Green and Gregory.
It's interesting because at the start we were talking, me and Pete, about what score is a good score, and we're going at 11's easy early on, even in the 6th over, and then all of a sudden just that momentum's changed. It's 127, run rate down to 9s. That's a brilliant shot, but is it big enough? No, it's not. That's caught by Jack. Simple catch here at long on. Not quite enough of that. Ben Green goes for 4 off 6 deliveries. Somerset again. Losing the momentum, losing a wicket when they're just starting rebuild and then go again. Ben Green hits that one straight down long on's throat. Looks like it had enough on it, but with the pace off, he had to create that power, and it wasn't quite enough. Couple of steps in from the boundary, really quite regulation catch there from Jack.
That's how Somerset want to play though. They want to keep going hard. Potentially not the right time. It's hard because 6 overs and a bit left now. They know that you've got to get a figure with a 2 in front of it here. But I think potentially hitting the ball hard along the floor. I feel like I've heard that a lot of late in our dressing room. You get really good value here. So often you'll see them clear the ropes as well. And had Green done that on that occasion, we'd have been saying what a fantastic shot.
And I think what sums that up actually quite nicely is Will Smead's innings, 68, but 9 of those, 9 fours in that 68. So almost 40 runs. 36 of those 68 were in 4s. Yes, he hit 3 6s, but he's hit clean along the floor, and he's reaped the rewards from that.
guess you certainly get value in power play for hitting gaps with only having 2 out. That's
Nice
the skill of
fielding.
batting in the middle order, trying to find bigger pockets, a lot more space. I know it's a small surface area here at Taunton, but there's still plenty of space in those pockets, especially sort of leg side when you're batting and they're bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, slightly bigger boundary out to the Andy Caddick. There's definitely lots of space out there. Looks like it's going to be Dawson to continue. James Vince is using his trump card right now, and as he should. Hampshire get 7 and 8 now. They could even bowl Somerset out here.
Dawson coming for his 4th and final over in what so far has been a fantastic spell from him. As that's hit straight down the ground, going to get a single there to mid-off. Yeah, it's a little bit of a difficult one. Let's talk earlier, and we're all talking about the fact that Somerset have beaten Hampshire more than any other side here. So Hampshire have had the worst record here as an opposition, but they had not an ideal start. Smead got Somerset off to quite a flyer, but that momentum has very much changed, and Hampshire are looking like they are on top at this moment in time. Somerset are going to have to bowl particularly well and go some in this last 6 overs. Well played there by Goldsworthy, just working that into the leg side.
Yeah, I think that's what Goldsworthy will do here. He'll try and get the skipper back on strike as much as possible, and I think Gregory will be doing the bulk of the hitting, shall we say, if they are going to look to take it on. Always a good time for a misfield if you're a Somerset fan. I think that's a prime example from Lewis there about hitting the pocket, making the fielders do work laterally. You cause a mistake because you're putting them under pressure by trying to run 2, and in the end you get a boundary from it. But I think that using those spaces available to you and hitting those pockets is really important.
On there. Yeah, and also, particularly as the evening comes on, it has got a tendency here to skid on at points, at places here at Taunton, doesn't it? Particularly across the square. There are areas where the ball will skid across and come onto the fielder quicker than they anticipate. Wider delivery there from Dawson, but struck well. And that is a lovely 6 from Gregory.
Not a bad catch as well in the crowd. Brilliant from Dawson. Gregory, sorry. Dawson just gave Lewis his arms there, gave him space. And after that catch in the
here we
crowd,
are.
I think are we going into the crowd? We are.
There we go, we're going down into the crowd, and I'm going to leave Luffy.
Have a quick chat now with Arthur. Arthur, how are you?
Good, thank you.
How old are you?
11.
And what do you do for a job?
No, nothing.
Nothing, okay.
Benny Howell to continue. 3rd over on the bounce from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Goldsworthy just works that out to deep mid-wicket.
Somerset were flying when I left commentary, Sophie.
She's saying it's all my fault.
Well,
I've had much luck of late,
no.
Harry.
They were doing pretty well, and then suddenly I leave and there's a Calypso Collapso. I was slightly surprised Lewis Goldsworthy wasn't pushed up ahead of Ben Green, just to knock it around and play that middle over job, save Ben Green for the last 3 or 4 overs. I think that would have been a wise move. Goldsworthy batted really well in the One Day Cup Leicestershire, the semi-final. Batted beautifully. He can knock it around the middle overs. He's got better shots than people realise. For a small lad, he hits pockets, he hits gaps, he sweeps, he use his feet. He's batting now, of course, and Gregory's going to try and whack it. And these two might bat really well together. But I thought then it'd be good to have Ben Green still up your sleeve. Because now if one of these two goes, you've only really got Craig Overton's long handle. Josh Davey can bat, but you don't want him facing too many balls in T20.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there, Harry. I'm sure that was something that was discussed in the dugout in terms of being really flexible.
Bennett Howe's been one of the best T20 bowlers around the world for the last 10 years or so. For an underrated bowler, he had a bit of an injury last year, missed a few games. Just so clever.
The only thing I think is why they went with Green
Yeah.
is with just pace off the ball.
Yeah.
I think Goldsworthy would prefer pace on the ball potentially. As soon as Goldsworthy came in, they brought mid on and mid off up straight away.
Yeah.
Trying to squeeze him.
See, you're
So
right.
I think they went with Green to try and almost counteract the lack of pace on the ball.
I don't see a good bit of fielding at point. I don't see Goldsworthy going up and over, mid off, mid on, but I do see him sweeping really well. And even with deep backward square leg, I could see him being clever enough to paddle sweep behind or get it in front, or even just push half a two, or use his feet and hit extra cover and run two. I think he'd push and make mistakes, and also he'd make sure there wouldn't be too many dot balls, and Gregory hits boundaries more easily than most. But yeah, I saw one in the comments saying Benny Howe gets wickets with full tosses and long hops, and people see that. I don't think you're realising the analysis of cricket there. Some of these full toss and long hops are slower balls, and the change of pace makes it so much harder to hit them. Then you see your eyes light up to the full toss or slower ball, you try and whack it so hard it just goes in the air and you caught.
Yeah, again, first ball this over, 48.
Yeah.
Compared to the last ball, 70.
Yeah.
Real changes in pace there.
Max Waller, people give him stick, but he varied his paces, he varied his line of length. Didn't matter what he bowled, he found a way in T20 cricket to take wickets by varying it up. And you couldn't just line up Max Waller as a slow leg and whack him every ball. Hardly anyone ever did. He was brilliant in T20 cricket because he changed it up. And that's what Benny Howe's good at.
It's trying to be really smart, isn't it? I think when people look from the outside, T20 cricket is about trying to hit as many boundaries as possible. And as a bowler, you've got to have the skills to be able to counteract that, but almost trying to get one step ahead. Yeah, it is a game of cat and mouse. As a batter, you're trying to preempt what the bowler's looking to do, and likewise as a bowler, you're trying to think about what's the batter really good at. What do I want to make them do? I want to make them do something that they don't want to do.
Yeah. So Chris Wood bowled the first one of the innings. He then came off and then bowled the third of the innings. He's now back north of 20 off 2. Big leading edge for Lewis Gregory. 2 LGs batting together, 2 Lewis Gs together. Slightly confusing, but we can tell Gregory and Goldsworthy apart quite comfortably.
Yeah, we definitely can.
Not sure.
Nothing wrong with being small though, Harry.
No.
I get so much stick in the dressing room for being short.
Well, I actually mentioned on comms earlier, because I think it was Dino actually, that there were 2 6s from Freya Kemp just over long on, and I said, actually, Somerset women are a pretty small team. Molly Robbins isn't short, but compared to other ladies' teams in the county game, I can be one of the shortest. What a shot, Lewis Gregory, that's gone a long way. Is that in the river? It is. Flush in the river.
Flush, smack bang in the middle of the river.
The Lord Ian Botham was nowhere near that, and the River Tone Canoeing Club have got another ball to collect. When I was a kid, we used to canoe along, kayak along to Tiverton Golf Club next to the canal and collect golf balls. I feel like you could do that on the River Tone on a summer's evening.
I could imagine you actually, if you weren't on commentary or wanted to watch cricket in the ground, which you'll always be in the ground watching the cricket.
Yeah.
I reckon you'd just be chilling out there waiting for your opportunity.
With a fishing net ready to catch it. But that, I mean, we saw, was it Geddes and Holman did it a couple of times, 3 times in the Middlesex game last week.
Yeah, it was the first time actually that I'd seen a ball go into the river from the comms box. And about 4 happened in the same game.
Yeah. And like some of them bounce off the roof or they might hit the floodlight and go in. That was clean as a whistle. That was a beautiful strike. People forget how good a cricketer Lewis Gregory is. Because he bats down the order in T20, well, significantly down the order, but doesn't always bat. Sometimes Somerset win without him, or he'll finish 20 not out. He's got a chance here to bat to the end, whilst hitting 4s and 6s at will. Could be another 4 here. No, great bit of fielding, good slide, good throw. I also think Lewis Gregory is one of the best runners in the Somerset team. Him and Abel are probably 2 of the best. And you forget, what's Lewis Gregory now? He's probably 32, 33.
33, yeah.
Yeah,
Slightly
but he's still
older
pretty
than me,
fit,
I think.
isn't he? He's still pretty quick between the wickets.
Yeah. I think you're right in terms of you don't forget how good a cricketer he is, but I think Somerset's batting over the last however long has been so good that he almost like just sort of fades
Under the
into
radar.
Under
Yeah,
the radar,
yeah.
great word. Under the radar.
Yeah, you just expect it of him. Yeah. We're not. It's not a headline. Lewis Gregory whacks 40 off 20 with a couple of sixes. It's just what he does.
Yeah.
How good was his knock at Gloucestershire on a hard pitch? Not a hard pitch, a tricky pitch, a soft pitch.
I'd hope it was
Well,
slightly hard.
Not as hard as these ones is the point I'm trying to make here. Not as hard as these pitches, big boundaries. I think it was Darcy Short that everyone else really struggled against Darcy Short. Will Smead was on 40 odd and was still struggling against his wrong uns, and then Lewis Gregory just whacked him for 6. Look at that, over extra cover. Lewis Gregory at his best. What a knock this is. That's the thing about the Somerset batting lineup. 5 of the top 6, they're not failed. Smead got 68. TKC got 29. But they were 127 for 6, and you still got Gregory whacking. I think that's a sign of a good side.
It's just smart batting. First ball, plogs it in the river. Second ball is able to manipulate it square of the wicket towards the point boundary. And then on that occasion, you're hitting it straighter on the offside. You know, you're just toying with the bowler in the field. Very good batting.
Yeah, up to nearly 20 and over already. What a shot that is. That's probably the best of the lot, Sophie Love.
That is
inside out over extra.
beautiful.
1 bounce 4 as well, nearly a 6. Chris Wood is getting a bit of the Wes Agar treatment tonight. Remember that? 51 off 2, Wes Agar. 27 and 24. I'm always going to remember those bowling figures. They're ingrained in my brain
Well, I
now.
feel like, I don't want to slate Wes Agar here, but I feel like every time I see him bowl, he kind of does
Was it last
go
night he got
the
whacked a bit?
distance. Even when I've watched him
Kept on
in the
YouTube.
big bash.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone again. Lewis Gregory, stop it. This is an unbelievable over. That is also in the river.
One bounce in the river? What do you
Yeah,
reckon?
Joel Garner Gates. I mean, Joel Garner could have caught that if he stood in that gap. Lewis Gregory, what an over that is. 2-6, 2, then the wide, then the 4 over extra cover. Eventually he's ended it with that lovely 6. I mean, you don't normally describe a 6 over mid-wicket as lovely, but it was. It was timed and caressed, wasn't it? It wasn't just a hoik.
Yeah, it wasn't brute hitting at all.
2-6-2,
In
wide,
the slot
4-4-6.
from Chris Wood there.
It's going to become a new thing, a Wes Agar at Taunton, isn't it? Which seems very harsh. But I mean, Matty McKernan was the one who first got really, really whacked by Riley Rousseau, 60 odd in his 4 overs in that Durham game when Somerset scored 260. But then no one has to bowl, everyone was getting whacked. They had to bowl in his 4. Whereas, talk about Wes Agar because he only actually bowled 2 in the end. Tom Rogers bowled well, Joey Evson bowled well. It's not the whole Hampshire attack being whacked here. It might be these last 3 overs, but if your goal's worthy here, do you just get 1? It seems negative for 3 overs left, but Lewis Gregory is striking it so well. You don't want to try and hit a 4 and then hit it straight at field and waste
Yeah, I think you're always looking for the positive option. You know,
Yeah.
Goldsworthy will have his own boundary options in his head.
Yeah.
I think if it's not there, you don't quite get the ball that you want, and it's not in your area, then that's the skill of batting as well. Is actually okay. I'm gonna make sure I get off strike.
Yeah. So I think if Somerset win this game, Gregory off Chris Wood in the 17th over I've written down, that's the turning point for me. That's the key over. Lewis Goldsworthy's gone for the boundary option we just talked about, and he's got it. Well played, Lewis Goldsworthy. Well, did I dare to doubt him? Mid-on's up in the ring, which is odd. I'm not sure I agree with that field placement.
Mid-on and mid-off up in the ring.
It's saying to you can't hit it over them, and he said, fair enough, I'll just put it wide of them and beat mid-wicket. Don't forget, Hampshire have got one of the best top 6s. I'm quite excited to see Dylan Previs, Leandre Pretorius. James Vince is due. He loves batting here. He had a few failures in recent games, so they'll back themselves to chase anything 200-ish. Somerset will still want to try and get 215 if they can.
It's a good reply there. Very good reply.
It's a crowd catch, so thinking that was that caught and bowl, but no, just a good bit of fielding. Scott Curry in his follow through. So Scott Curry only into his 2nd over. Recent matches, Scott Curry 2 for 36 on Tuesday, Southampton against Surrey. 1 for 19 against Middlesex. That's just going to be a 1 from Goldsworthy. They let Gregory face a bit of the strike. Yeah, 0 for 57 he had against Kent, so he was whacked in that game. The thing is, it changes, doesn't it? T20 cricket. Some bowler can have a good game, and then the next game, not so good. You know, that's why it's such an incredible game. It's a leveler, isn't it? You can have a brilliant day out, then you can have an awful day out the next game.
Well, I mean, not just in T20 cricket, is it?
Yeah.
You know, you can score 100 one day and you can get out first ball the next, or whatever it is. So, yeah, it's definitely a leveller.
Oh, he's gone for the scoop. Not a shot you see Lewis Gregory play very often. I was chatting to Tom Rogers, I was interviewing after that Kent game, the former PE teacher who bowls in the Big Bash and for Kent now.
Former PE
yeah,
teacher.
do you know that? Yeah,
No,
when
I
he
didn't
first
know
played
that.
for the Big Bash, it was in the holidays, but he was taking time off PE teaching for his first Big Bash gig. Just did well in club cricket, worked his way up. Now he's a fully fledged pro playing all around the world, so he doesn't do much PE teaching. But, yeah, and he was saying how, you know, what happened to Wes Agar we were talking about, and he said, yeah, he got absolutely whacked for 50 odd in the game before and then came back well. Bowling at Taunton's not easy. But let's say Hampshire backed up in the field. Remember Middlesex? They fielded poorly. Lewis deploy had a bit of a nightmare. You know, even if you're not bowling well, you can still field well and squeeze Somerset here. Lewis goes really down the ground for 1. Direct hit, he was gone, but I think it's that stage you take it on now, don't you?
Yeah, you've got to take that on.
Hit hard to mid off and run.
Yeah, it's almost like it's hard because he's looking to obviously strike the ball as well as he can.
Yeah.
And sometimes you do end up hitting the field as it gets there quicker than you want it to almost. You'd almost go, oh, I wish I'd plinked that one.
Yeah, yeah.
50 partnership between the two.
Quick time. Right, haven't been as many boundaries this over. It's a really good over from Curry, actually. Credit where credit's due. Goldsworthy had that 4 through wide mid on. That's a really good comeback from Hampshire.
Yeah, just 7 from it, I think.
Yeah, not for 45 was Wood off his 3, but that comeback from Curry was brilliant. Now, I'm quite excited to watch Lewis Goldsworthy bowl. He got 3 of his 4 wickets in Bristol were left-handers. Leandro Pretorius is probably one of the most exciting batters in T20 cricket in the world at the moment, being left-handed as well. He will fancy smashing Lewis Goldsworthy everywhere.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think if you looked at that from a matchup perspective, you'd probably be like, oh, left arm spin to the left-handers. Probably not the matchup.
Do you play on his ego, though? He got out on Tuesday. I was watching Hampshire Surrey on Tuesday night, and he just kept going and going and
That
going.
they've got egos, Harry.
You can't be a T20 batter, not, can you? Everyone's got an ego. It's just a
Oh, I saw you had a good T20 knock in the week.
Yeah, so I was well happy with that. 1 win away from playing here, so.
Have you played here before?
Never played a competitive game on this ground. Never in my
Get
life.
Harry Everett to Taunton.
Yeah, we got to beat Taunton Dean in the semi-final of the Baker Cup in a couple of weeks on a Monday night. Neutral ground at the Wyvern.
Well, fingers crossed for you.
That's big from Lewis Goldsworthy. Lewis Goldsworthy going for 6. We have not said that very often. The small man, I'm not going to be rude about small people with Sophie Laffont come to me. People give Lewis Goldsworthy stick. He has to bat 8, which might seem harsh for a person who can bat. He's open for Somerset in Championship cricket. He's batted 3. I watched the Middlesex game with his partner actually in the Trade Nations stand for a couple of overs, and we were saying how well he's improved his modern one-day, you know, creative batting. He finds ways to get boundaries. I always come back to that Leicestershire one-day cup knock, which was absolutely brilliant. Went on loan to Leicestershire, did really well. He's done well there to leave a wide, because in T20 cricket, to actually leave a ball is pretty hard. You know, how often do you throw your hand at that and then miss it, and then you might not get wide, or you might hit it straight to point.
Yeah, Jack has tried to hit that wide line quite a few times, and, well, hitting it and missing it, he's done quite a few times as well.
2 for 44, yeah. Lewis Goldsworthy picking up to the mid-wicket boundary for 6. What a great start to the over. It's an ultimate over of this innings. He's gone that same area again. Can they get 2? Lewis Gregory's quick. Don't think they'll risk that one, no. I know they've lost wickets, and that's not ideal for Somerset, but actually, Craig Overton coming in with 7 balls to go, 8, 9 balls to go is about perfect.
Perfect scenario.
If they lose a wicket now, it doesn't actually matter. So I think every ball now is effectively a free hit.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Goldsworthy, first ball of that over, really taking it on.
Yeah.
Because it effectively is a free hit.
Yeah. Little 17 off 10 here from Lewis Goldsworthy. Whatever he does now, I'd say he's done a good job. Run rate still over 10. Somerset still should get over 200 here. Especially if Lewis Gregory does that. Is it over? Just. What an effort that was by the fielder, mind you.
Benny Howell down there, is it?
Yeah, he's an absolute Benny Howell. Very good fielder. I mean, that's a cracking cricket shot, but my, that was close to the dive and leap along off from Benny Howell. We're fairly blinded by the sun in the complex as we speak, but can see his yellow
I
shirt.
think the pace at which that is travelling, even if he gets a hand to that, I don't think you're stopping that.
Yeah, you're not. There's no one
Momentum
near him.
taking you over.
That was a bit filthy. Probably the first filthy shot from Lewis Gregory, but you won't mind that. Definitely deserves a 50 hit. He's on 48, 49 now.
Yeah, it's been a great captain's knock here from Gregory. Much needed.
Yeah, stepping up when he's needed, exactly. Clever, slower ball there. So who's going to bowl the last then? Do they go to Wood? He has in the past, but a bit risky when he's been whacked for 45 off 3. Should go James Fuller. Shot. Lewis Goldsworthy, that is brilliant batting. To place that in between 45 and deep back to square leg, really nice timing. Lewis Goldsworthy's played a little gem here. People will think about Lewis Gregory and Will Speed, fair enough. But Lewis Goldsworthy, 18 off 11, wonderful job. And he hits that for perfect placement.
I think if Somerset go on to win this game, Smead and Gregory will get the applause, but don't underestimate the role that Lewis Goldsworthy is playing here.
I'll have a new award, underrated man of the match. That'll be a new note I put on the scorecard. Keep the strike. Sorry, Lewis Gregory, I'm doing this now. I'm the number 1 LG.
He hit 6 and a 4 off that over.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'll have the strike. Thank you very much, Skipper.
I think Lewis Goldsworthy is one of the most underrated cricketers in this Somerset squad. I'd like to see him play more in the county championship, but it's probably debate for another day. But especially on Sunday, there's a chance for someone like him or TKC to come in. Here's his wagon wheel. An empty wagon wheel, just bluffing with you. So if you're at home, screenshot this and go on paint and draw on a line of where the runs have been hit. There it goes. Oh, there you go. There's the answer sheet. You had to do it very quickly. That scoop to fine leg was almost off the stumps as well, wasn't it? He committed to it and played it really nicely. Oh, here's Curry. They've gone to Curry for the last over. Oh, that could be out. No, he's going to plink it in the gap, isn't he? Good plinking.
It's one way to get Lewis Gregory back on strike.
This is a record 7th wicket partnership for Somerset in men's T20 cricket. How about that for a stat for the day? The 2 LGs.
LG special.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they went with Curry, actually. He bowled a pretty good previous over, didn't he?
Hit that straight to the man. Yeah, good bit of fielding actually, really well to get in quickly, attack the ball, throw in. Very good fielding. That's a 50 for Lewis Gregory. Top knock from the Somerset skipper, coming in at 6. Somerset with a little bit of strife. Lewis Gregory's done really well there to get 50 off 25 balls. Easy maths, even I can work out the 200 strike rate there. What a knock that is though. Under pressure, Sophie Luff, and he's done a great job.
Yeah, brilliant from Lewis Gregory. I've seen it so many times this season. Oh, that's beautifully played from Lewis Goldsworthy. Delicate, brilliant placement, and well, can't set a field for that, can you?
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, that's a great shot. I was about to say what a ball that is, what a great delivery, Aaron in on off stump. That's an off stump Yorker. That's almost a perfect ball for this stage of the game. But there's no deep third. Even if there was a deep third, he might have been too wide to stop that. Though Andre Pretorius would have done well to stop it. Cracking batter, Lewis Goldsworthy, gem of a knock. Oh, he's nearly smashed that for extra cover. James Vince has done well to hold that. Take the 1 run, don't give him an overthrow.
There's something, I mean, I appreciate a lot of good shots as a batter, but there's something, I do really enjoy like a run down third man.
Yeah.
And just that use of the blade, the angle, you know, pace on the ball and you're just guiding it.
Yep, no, I
so
totally
much
agree.
skill. As Gregory ramps that for 4 runs.
What a shot. What a partnership this has been. Just keeps on going. The LG special, there you go. I hope Will Martin, our producer's listening. There's your clip content. There's your Instagram and Twitter handle. There's your message. The LG special. I love it. Lewis Goldsworthy's played a brilliant supporting innings here. And he's not just supported and given Gregory the strike, as I mentioned he might have done 4 overs ago. He's hit the 4s, he's hit the 6. Barely wasted a ball. Somerset are well over 200 now. Great effort. Can they finish in style? He's tried to. He should get to. Lewis Goldsworthy's quick. They're not worried about their averages here. Unlucky Lewis Gregory can't get back for the second. He is run out, but a brilliant knock from Lewis Gregory. Lewis Goldsworthy's there, partnered with him for the end. The record 7th wicket partnership for Somerset in T20 cricket. How about that, Sophie Laff?
They played beautifully, both running off to quick change of the old shirts, get back out in the field, but brilliant finish from Somerset there. We didn't need Craig Overton, we didn't need Josh Davey, we didn't need Riley Meredith. Somerset finishing on 209
for 7. 210 to win. Well, let's go back through the card briefly then. Will Smeed 68, pretty decent knock from Will Smeed, but Calypso Collapso really. Was it 2 and 3?
Is that a technical term?
It's my new favourite phrase, I've decided. It can be technical if you like it to be. But to lose, what, 2 wickets and 3 balls, was it, Benny? How well have Lewis Gregory and Lewis Goldsworthy done to sort of salvage that situation?
Yeah, I think they've done brilliantly. So I think usually that, you know, we know that the top 3 want to go really hard, and then we've got that engine room in the middle order, Abel, Dixon, that usually sort of just run really well, hit gaps in space so well, but we ended up losing momentum completely, losing wickets, and, well, Gregory and Goldsworthy have scrapped pretty hard and played some beautiful cricket shots in between, some very good running between the wickets, and, well, we're up at 209, and I think Somerset will be pretty happy with that and be saying, over to us bowlers, let's back it up in the field and let's put Hampshire under pressure here.
So 29 not out from Lewis Goldsworthy. How good was that for him to... He's sort of been the... Let's be honest, he was probably the one question mark in the 11. First couple of games, didn't bowl very much, didn't bat. Somerset won without needing him. He then bowled, 1 over at Jason Roy, got taken down here. Then Bristol probably saved him. I'm not saying he's necessarily going to be dropped. They were a winning side, but there was talks of Bashir or Leach. Bashir's with England, of course, but Leach, Josh Thomas even a shout, Finn Hill, Archie Vaughan. There's so many options as almost part-time spinners after Van der Merwe left. But Lewis Goldsworthy has been absolutely brilliant since that game at Bristol. Then he came back and bowled well at Kent, here against Kent on Sunday, and now with the bat, he's not even bowled yet. Exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's in a great position where he's in a winning side, even though he didn't play a role early in those, you know, first 2-3 games, whatever it was. You know, the team are winning, there's momentum, there's a good buzz around the group, and then when you do get that opportunity to step up, you've got full confidence because the dressing room's in a great place, and therefore Lewis can go out and do exactly what he has shown over the last couple of games with the ball, and then tonight with the bat.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. Well, we're going to have the Thatcher's Can race, which we're going to show you for some half-time entertainment. We'll be off air for about 6 minutes, and then we'll be back to show you probably James Vince and a special left-handed youngster from South Africa, Luandre Pretorius, opening up the batting for Hampshire, attempting to chase 210 to win.
Well, it's time for this evening's halftime entertainment, and it's the new Thatcher's Can race. I've got 2 groups with me for this one. Representing Somerset Leisure, in the gold and the haze, we've got Henry and Jacob. Henry, you said this is the most embarrassing thing you've ever done. You've not even started yet.
Yeah, something like that.
Jacob, you look nervous.
I'm not nervous at all. I just thank Henry Bigwood for this massive opportunity to show our embarrassment off.
Excellent, excellent. And also with me, of course, as mentioned, we've got Craig and Ben. Now, Craig, talk me through this. Did you think tonight you'd be dressed as a can of Thatcher's Blood Orange?
I didn't think I'd be wearing anything quite as nice as this.
No, not at all. And Ben, you've come all the way from Cambridge for this.
I know.
Look, are you happy about that? You're wearing Thatcher Zero?
Well, I haven't been drinking Thatcher Zero, let's put it that way.
Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, the race is simple. Behind me, we've got the obstacle course. They start at the finish line, they've got to zigzag around the flags. Once they get to the end, they run back, tag in their partner, who does the same. First team back to the end wins a slab of Thatchers for their team. Are we ready, gents? So you go from right to left, right to left. So who's starting off for your team? We've got Henry going first, Ben going first for the team on the left. You start at the finish line, and are you ready? We're going to go through the flags in 3, 2, 1, here we go! It's a good start from Ben. Here comes Jacob, zigzagging. It's like a really bad ski Sunday, this. Here they come, sprinting back to the line. Just got to sprint to the end, just sprint to the end, just sprint to the end and tag in your partner. And here we go. It's between Blood Orange and Thatcher's Gold. Bit of argy-bargy going on, bit of shoulders coming out. Round the corner they go, they've just got to sprint to the end. Here comes Henry, just got to sprint to the end. Bit of shoulder barging going on, and it's a win for Blood Orange. Craig has won with a dive at the line, Olympic level stuff. Here's your winner over here. Craig, well done. That was monumentous. What a dive at the end.
It hurt lots.
It hurt lots, that's not good. But it might feel better because you've won a slab of Thatchers. How does that sound?
High five.
High five, if I could find it. Right, the race isn't over because if you take those off, we now take part in the crowd catch. So let me take those off for you now. Take those off. So the high catch is simple. You've got a chance to win a Thatcher's bucket hat each. Okay, but I'm hearing you've actually got to put it back on, so it's even harder. My apologies. You can keep your arms out, and then you'll take on the high catch. So, Ben, are you going to go first for us? Ben's going to go first. He's clipped up first. Here we go. It's going to go high into the sky. Ben, you've got to get underneath it and catch it. If you do, you win bucket hats for you and Craig. Here we go. With the high catch, here it comes. It is very high. Oh, he's dropped it! I think they call that a dolly. Well, Craig, you have the chance to save it here. Ben was unsuccessful, but Craig, what an opportunity this is for you. He won the race. Can he win the bucket hats as well? Here we go. With support from the Somerset stand. Here it goes. He's underneath it. He's done it! And it's 2 bucket hats for Ben and Craig, thanks to Thatcher's. Well done, guys. And that is the high catch.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, innings 2 underway in a short while. The umpires, Paul Baldwin and Ian Blackwell, are making their way to the middle. It almost looks like they're leading the Somerset team, but obviously we know that that's led by Lewis Gregory. So defending 209, what a brilliant cameo partnership by Lewis Gregory and Lewis Goldsworthy. 29 off 16 balls, 55 off 27 respectively. And I had the benefit of watching that from the other side of the ground. What a top innings by both of them to get Somerset to a total which I believe is slightly above par, even though Hampshire have got a very destructive lineup. My eyes are always focused on James Vince. Easy on the eye to watch, and if he gets in, Hampshire will fancy their chances of chasing this total. The very dangerous Pretorius is his opening partner, but hats off to James Vince. He is going to be the key wicket tonight. As we see on our screen now, he has scored the most blast runs at the Cooper Associates County Ground than any other non-Somerset player. 369 runs, 41. You imagine that trip up the A303 or wherever they might go from Hampshire to here will be one that James Vince looks forward to. To start proceedings tonight is Craig Overton from the River End. We often see Craig bowl a high proportion of his overs straight up.
Victoria's doing some interesting stretches there, the 19-year-old. He's had 28 against Surrey in his last innings and 44 not out against Middlesex.
Yeah, he's flinging the bat around like Zorro at the moment, so I'm sure he's going to come pretty hard. But Craig Overton's been there, he's seen it, he's done it, and he's charging in right now. So I think there was a massive period in that innings. The start, the finish was very much Somerset, led by Liam Dawson in his high quality. Just pegged Somerset back for that strange little period where they lost a number of wickets, some poor shots, some poor options, but the end has given Somerset a really strong total. The rate required is about 10.5 runs and over. And Craig Overton has started beautifully.
Yeah, it was a strange innings at points. I mean, Smead got off to a flyer, Gregory at the end there, just that little middle spell. Pretorius is looking fired up, he's jumping around out there. Vince due some runs though in these last 2 innings, only 9 against Surrey, 5 against Middlesex.
Yeah, he certainly does it his own way, Pretorius, at the moment. Very sort of open stance. He does a lot of very late bat twizzles and then has to reset himself. There's a lot going on. Looks like a sort of bowler that would be very strong through the leg side. And an indication of that is Craig Overton has tried to swing the ball across him. You can see Pretorius there in his stance looking over to the leg side boundary. Craig Overton's quite metronomic in hammering that off stump. So a good match up here for the tall fast bowler, the talisman of the Somerset attack. Hampshire yet to get off the mark, 4 balls in, so solid start from Overton. Yeah, it was nice actually to have a bit of time on the other side of the ground where you really get a sense of the atmosphere at Taunton, as you can imagine being a home game for Somerset. Somewhat partisan. Minimal claps there from the crowd, but applauded up here. A lovely cut shot from Pretorius. Whizzed through back at point for 4. Somerset won't want to see too many balls outside the off stump of the Hampshire batters. You've got to bring the stumps into play here, but Hampshire fans that are listening will have enjoyed that one. A nice boundary to get Pretorius going. There's a lot going on when he's setting up to face the ball.
Very busy.
And that looks like his onion. Over mid-wicket, 2 bounces into the boundary ropes and back-to-back boundaries to finish over number 1. Hampshire off to a solid start. I've never seen someone do so many different things when they're setting up to bat. Bat twizzles, taps,
fidgets,
a sort of a re-gripping of the bat to get himself focused, but he comes with quite a strong reputation of being pretty destructive. As Harry said there, he watched him play in South Africa. And I know that the Somerset batting coach here had their eye on him if there were any injuries or whatever. So
yeah, I mean, he looks a clean striker of the ball and he looks powerful, but there certainly is a lot going on there, but it obviously works for him.
Josh Davey bowling from the Trescothick stand end. I know he's been desperate to get in this team. Matt Henry has been rotated out, probably taking a rest, so Josh Davey looking to impress. He's more known for bowling a little bit fuller than Overton and Henry, has a knack of nipping the ball, even though you have to say here at Taunton there aren't too many balls that nip off the seam here, so he'll certainly be tested, but keen to shine. James Vince on strike, the classy James Vince. Beautiful shot there, just into the hip of Vince. He helps it round the corner for 4. Very difficult customer to face. Anything slightly offline or length, Vince pounces on top of it, and he does so there. Oh, the trademark Vince cover drive on the carpet all the way would look equally appropriate in a test match. A beautiful shot there from James Vince, who even after 3 balls looks in ominous touch. Davey looking to scratch back his over. Better delivery, better length, and respected by the Hampshire man. Get the feeling that Pretorius will be licking his lips at the sight of that Somerset stand boundary. Somewhere in the region of, I would say, 60 metres away, which is nothing these days with the power some of these batters possess.
Yeah, I think it was something like 60 to 65.
Well, let's not squabble over a couple of metres, but it's small. It's small for a
exactly.
guy of Pretorius's striking ability. Across his stumps and flicked out to Sean Dixon, who's out there on the leg side boundary. Getting word in my ear that another crowd catch has been taken in the Hildreth stand, so Dan the man is in the crowd somewhere to award the safe pair of hands with something, maybe a day in hospitality. I think that was the prize on offer. Vince on strike into the thigh pad, and Josh Davey closes out the over and clutched it back nicely.
All right, I'm here in the James Hildreth stand for the second catcher of the evening. The VERTU crowd catch was caught by Lloyd here. Congratulations, Lloyd. Very pleased in this stand that we've got a catcher in here. Lloyd, talk us through the catch. Great catch.
Well, came over, I thought he was going a few rows in front, and then, yeah, last minute, stood up, saved the guy's life in front of me, next to me, sorry. Hand still killing, got a big red mark, and that's it. It all came so fast.
Now, very quickly, there's a story to this. Lloyd's going back to Australia next week, so he's given his ticket to his father-in-law. So, Jeff, you're happy?
I'm very happy. He's done well for me.
He's done very well.
Oh, anyone ever seen that bloke and Lewis Gregory in the same room? Please get in touch. Riley Meredith, change of bowling here at the River End. The speed machine into James Vince's hip, and he just managed to under-edge that away. Into the square leg boundary that Sean Dixon looks like he's taking control of at the moment. A nice start here from Hampshire, and very, very much game on. not sure, Nicole, who I would think would be the happier. It's always an imposing target to post in excess of 200, but Taunton is quite a unique venue.
Yeah, I mean, they're only slightly behind the run rate, but they've not lost a wicket, and if they take the game deep, nothing's impossible here. But we've seen it in the last few games, haven't we? The ebbs and flows, and just a few wickets can really change that momentum really fast. I think that's what Somerset need, just a couple of wickets. It looks like James Vince has got something in his eye. The umpire's just giving him a little bit of a hand there.
Well, it doesn't look like James Vince has got any eye issues the way he's seeing it tonight, but yeah, I suppose that time of night where with the river just over the stand, the old mosquitoes, the bugs are hovering about. Meredith steaming in from the river end. Beautifully struck there by Pretorius. 2 bounces into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Very much a stand and deliver player. I've not seen him play before, but I'm sure there's an umpire out there at the moment that would certainly pay homage to that shot. Ian Blackwell used to stand and hit the ball straight many, many times here at Taunton, just as Pretorius has done there. 24 without loss. Good response there from Meredith, just dragging his length slightly back. Certainly looks like a favoured area to target. Straight back past the bowler, round to mid-wicket for Pretorius. Doesn't look like there's a huge amount of footwork going on. A bludgeoner.
What do you think Somerset are going to go to next, Triggs?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if Craig Overton bowls from his more preferred end. I would imagine that the reason Craig bowled the first over from the top end was that Somerset can finish at the other end. Craig normally starts from here, which means the final over will be at the river end. And because of the pitch being slightly on one side, it feels like they probably want to finish the opposite end, so they have a longer boundary to defend, providing 2 right-handers a batting, which obviously throws that grand plan into disarray. I'm thinking about Murdoch now in the A-team. I love it when a plan comes together. If there's a left-hander in, might not be such a good thing. Meredith in to finish this 3rd over. And Vince swats it into that short leg side boundary.
No
massive area for James Vince, and that is whistled into the seats.
No one fancied that one for a crowd catch.
Yeah, another good over there from Hampshire. 31 without loss after 3 overs, and Somerset certainly under pressure, and Craig Overton is going to be bowling the 4th over from his preferred end, which is running in from below us here in the Marcus Trescothick stand. Just remember, we have 2 for Tuesday's Essex double header on the 8th of July. Somerset women and men taking on Essex. Overton into the attack. A swing and a miss. Looks like the type of player that is, I think there's a very, very small window that you've got to hide the ball away from bowling at him so he can execute that leg side shot, but also not give him width because he looks a strong cutter as well. So bowler under pressure here to bowl sort of a 4th, 5th stump line. Try and catch that edge. Again, just making him fetch it from off stump. Good piece of bowling and some quite extraordinary movements by the batter. Hitting the shot and instantly falling into the teapot position.
Yeah, he's certainly got a lot going on, you know, in his stance before the ball's being bowled, between balls, he's jumping around.
Nice piece of bowling there from Overton. Looks like the twizzles have slowed down. Maybe that's something he does more when he's starting and a bit more nervous. Seems to have found his feet.
Doesn't stand still between balls. If you notice, he's jumping up and down, or he takes a walk to square leg.
Well, he's trying to cool himself down. He's got that jumper on. He must be sweating buckets. Oh, that's not the place to bowl. To the strong left-hander, into leg stump, and appropriately dealt with into the Somerset stand. Another 6 for Hampshire. Yeah, I would imagine that if Pretorius could pick a ball to be bowled to him, that would be the one. Leg stump, half volley, and picked up beautifully there by the Hampshire man.
Only 19 as well.
A low full toss there from Overton and thump to Kola Cadmore at mid-off. 37 without loss. Hampshire will be targeting in excess of 10 and over for this opening power play before the field can spread. The change-up bowlers, maybe even Goldsworthy coming on, taking pace off the ball. Another nice piece of bowling there. Certainly having more success hiding the ball outside of off stump to the powerful left-hander Pretorius. And Craig Overton has got out of that over very nicely. 37 without loss, thanks to VERTU Motors for their continued support, their production, the special build of the radio control car. Have you had a go with that, Nicole?
I haven't. I would like a go. Can we make that happen?
We could definitely make that happen.
Okay.
But you have to qualify. You have to pass a test before you get loose on the field. You have to do a 3-point turn and a reverse park. So make sure you've got all your skills dialed in before you get that chance. Josh Davey from the River End bowling to James Vince.
Lovely shot there. Straight down the ground, on drive, raced away for 4. A little bit too full there. And a classy shot from Vince. 34 years old, and then you've got Pretorius, only 19 at the other end. Product of St Stephen's School, South Africa. There's been a lot of professional sports people who went to that school.
It's amazing, that Wikipedia, isn't it, Nicole?
It's not Wikipedia, ESPN. Oh, that's a nice shot.
I think that's the real touch of class there from James Vince. I think that's what, from a longevity point of view, sets himself apart. He plays such classical shots. He doesn't have to go to the flat-out aggressive plays. Those last 2 boundaries, beautiful. Although be it not great deliveries from Josh Davey, Vince has put those 2 away with some serious class.
Just stylish, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very easy on the eye, and I think there's just a bit of a desperation period here from Somerset. It's almost like you're trying to get out of the power play as sort of damage-free as possible. You probably don't mind 10 and over, if I'm honest, here at Taunton. That seems to be quite a standard thing. 60 off of 6 overs. Ideally, you'd like a couple of wickets in there. Hampshire are playing beautifully at the moment and making it different for the Somerset players, and a good Yorker there from Josh Davey. Just keeping quiet. Pretorius there. Yeah, it's almost like it's very much those power plays, the bowlers are under huge pressure. Only 2 fielders out. As soon as the field spreads, guys like Lewis Gregory, Green, Goldsworthy come into the attack. They change the pace, they change the length. I think Lewis Goldsworthy's got a massive role to play. He's had a great innings so far, but his left arm spin, if he can emulate the sort of bowling performance that Dawson put in, that would be great for Somerset. As there's a chance deep on the boundary and not taken out there. I think that is Will Smead diving. It was a tough chance. Not dissimilar to the catch to dismiss Tom Banton, but the Somerset man hasn't been able to hold on to that. He just about got there. Didn't quite manage to hold on to that one. Very good bowling there from Josh Davey. Outside off stump, Yorker length.
Yorker, yeah.
And a good finish to that 5th over. Hampshire 48 without loss. James Vince 25 off just 10 balls.
What do you think? Do you think a Yorker is a good delivery there? Probably the best delivery for tourists, lengthwise.
Yeah, I think it's the line as well that's pretty crucial. Just hiding it away from what looks to be a strength area, anything into his body. I think that's where he looks very, very dangerous. Yeah, I think.
And then also
just moving him around the crease. He's very stationary as a batter. I think he likes the ball at the stumps. He wants you to target the stumps. I think you need to take it outside his eye line, get him chasing it, and then you can maybe re-target the stumps. But Somerset doing a reasonable job of shutting him down as Overton starts his 3rd over. Clipped out to mid-wicket by James Vince, who's looking hungry for runs, as he often is when he visits Taunton. Run rate pretty much neck and neck with what's required, but I think the game really does change.
A couple of wickets here.
After 6 overs. Oh, what a beautiful shot that is. Straight back over. Overton's head all the way for 6 over mid-off. He's tried to hide it outside that off stump, and Pretoria is showing he's got that quality.
Nearly hitting the cameraman
play on
there,
the offside.
Neil.
Great shot.
Certainly fearless, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very much the modern day player. He bats at 100 miles an hour. I think it's an obvious plan by Somerset to keep the ball away from the stumps, but gives him an opportunity to free the arm, so it's certainly not risk-free. Another ball way outside off stump. Pretorius moving across the crease, and I think that's a really good positive thing from a Somerset point of view, that you've got the batter thinking he's moving around, which might not be his preferred style. He likes to stay still, he likes to hit through the leg side and hit straight. Somerset challenging that wide line, he's got him moving, and he hasn't hit the ball quite as crisp when the ball's close to that wide line. Definitely the research has been done on him. Another good piece of bowling there.
Overton so far 21 off his 2.5 overs. Davey 21 off his 2 overs. Hampshire 55 for 0. Victorious 28 from 24 deliveries. Vince 26 from just 11.
Yeah, and a good piece of bowling there, just getting away and getting out of that over, going for only 8 runs. I think the point to make for the viewers back home is, when you've got a player who's got quite an obvious game plan to stand still, hit straight, hit over mid-wicket, anything in short at the body, he's going to pull for 6 and do it very well. What Somerset have done there by throwing so many balls outside off stump, you've made him think. you've made him move around, which probably isn't his
go-to,
preferred way of
Yeah.
playing. So he's all of a sudden starting to mistime the ball because he knows the bowlers are going to be hiding the ball outside the soft stump. So I think Somerset have done well. They're 56 off of that power play of 6 overs. A little bit of a win by Somerset, although they haven't taken wickets. I think they've bowled quite smartly. Pretoria's still doing an awful lot of different jumps and stretches as Ben Green comes into the attack.
I'm going to leave you now, and Harry's going to join you, Pete. And you can see some of the hot air balloons there going up. We just saw them on screen.
Thanks, Nicole. I'll keep an eye on that. Hot air balloons. Much better to enjoy from the ground than being up in them from my point of view. Not sure I'd fancy a trip up there. Ben Green instantly going for the slower bouncer, so he's going to use all his experience and changing the pace up as he bowls to James Vince. Sliding that one down the leg side as I welcome Harry Everett into the commentary box, who...
I'm a bit worried about how close that hot air balloon just went to the floodlight. He's getting a bit higher now. That could be an interesting hot air balloon stops play. I mean, bad light stopped play at Canterbury last night because the sun was too strong behind the bowler's arm. Typical Ben Green slower ball. Keep it a fielding from Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, let's hope we good piece of marketing by whoever's flying said balloon.
Fly away balloon.
No, you're not meant to mention it because that's doing their job for them.
We're not BBC though.
They paid. That's what.
Oh, sorry.
We'll
Have
talk
they paid
about
your
if they
wages?
paid. We don't mind talking about the Thatcher's balloon. Of course we
If
don't.
you pay Pete Trigo's wages, you can be mentioned.
Nothing a slab of 24 golds won't sort out Thatcher's.
Well fielded by the 12thers, the stumps at the non-striker's end. Great bit of work. Leandre Pretorius absolutely nailed that. Umpire jumped out of the way, Bale went flying, James Vince tried to make sure he was in his ground. It's all a dot ball. Where's the Thatcher's balloon gone? A balloon fight.
I don't know, it's disappeared into a haze.
Very clever. You even think about that for 5 minutes. Short ball wide. So Leandre Pretorius was dropped on 20, don't forget, a deep mid wicket. He's now on to 30. Hampshire Hawks 60 for none. Somerset not yet to bowl Lewis Goldsworthy. Ben Green their fourth option, not bowl Gregory either. Dewalt Brevis still to come. Plenty of firepower. Hampshire ahead of the Duckworth Lewis par, which obviously won't be relevant for weather, but is an interesting benchmark to see how they're getting on. Ahead of the required run rate so far. One of the beautiful flicks off his legs that James Vince loves to play.
Yeah, it's been a good over so far. Ben Green, a couple of slower bounces, and his up pace ball is under the bat of the Hampshire batters. So good start so far as we have a look at that balloon there. If the Somerset media team want to use the bleep machine a number of times, get me an invite up there. There'll be plenty of beeps. Good over there from Ben Green, just going for 7 runs outside of the power play. Exactly what you want from your senior medium pace bowlers. There's a lot of bowlers out there like that. Your Benny Howell type bowlers, Ben Green. Obviously, if you played them in a 4-day game, they'd probably try and swing the ball. But in one-day cricket, they've evolved their games. They bowl a lot of change-up deliveries, slower bounces, cutters, knuckleballs, yorkers. Very high-skilled bowlers. As Somerset captain, who's also a very high-skilled bowler, comes on at the Trescothick stand end.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory, the 5th bowler to be used tonight. Still no Lewis Goldsworthy. Interesting dynamic left-hand batter on strike. To the short side, he's tried to go big into, well, over Gimlet's Hill, into the graveyard beyond, no contact. I was watching Leandre Pretorius do his warm-ups before this game, and boy, that was a sight to behold. No foot movement, no head commit to the ball, just slap, bat speed, whacking a ball into the net. I didn't really want to be the Hampshire bowling coach, or whoever it was, feeding him balls, getting him crunched back at his shins. I'm not seeing it throwdowns like it.
Well, he's on 32 off of 30 balls, so maybe he peaked in the warm-up.
Yeah, he's not really got the singles in between, has he? He's not been charging between the wickets, as you probably wouldn't expect. And he's swung so hard at some of them he's missed, and he's clothed it at fielders.
Yeah, I think it's actually been some really good thought-out plans. You know, it's quite remarkable. You know, 31 balls for Pretorius, only 13 for Vince. They've bowled a lot of balls at Pretorius. Yes, he has hit the occasional boundary, but Vince is the one doing the damage in terms of strike rate at the moment. Another boundary for the classy batter that James Vince is. He's on to 32 for just 12 deliveries.
It's how they dovetail so perfectly together there, don't they? The right hand, left hand.
Well, I just think Somerset have done a great job of not bowling many balls at Vince, the form he's in at the moment.
That 1-2-9 not out he scored in 2022. What a beautiful knock that was. You say Hampshire don't play very well here. The worst record here from the visiting side in the Blast in the last few years, but Vince loves batting here. He's the anomaly in that Trade Nation stat.
Without lost Pretorius on strike. How they like a wicket now.
You're right, they're bowling so well.
Delivery, yeah. I just think it's just been a well thought out plan to Pretorius. I'm not saying he hasn't got a lot of shots, but there's definitely a preferred method of him standing still and swatting the ball towards cow corner, and the way that they've changed up the length and bowled a lot of wide out of off stump Yorkers has just thrown him out of rhythm a little bit, but he does have the ability to hit the ball miles and the occasional outside edge, and that will bring him 4. Hampshire move on to 73.
Interesting, the different yellow pads. It's almost like Pretorius turned up, they haven't got the right yellow pads. So Vince has got the yellow pads that match the helmet in the top. Pretorius has got different yellow pads. We could have had Pretorius to Pretorius today. Could have had the South African Miguel against Luan Dre, but actually we've got Josh Davey. So with Matt Henry rested, you'd have thought they could have brought in Miguel Pretorius, but no, they've gone Josh Davey. Remember, Matt Henry won't be here for any potential knockout games. Matt Henry won't be here, so if Mickey Pretorius was wanting to play for some of the knockout games, he will have to play in the group stages. He's here with Somerset all summer, don't forget. Well, Ben Green is going to come on to into the attack again from the River End. Second over in a row. Tom Cadmore's at long on, protecting that James Hildreth stand, but it's long off. Craig Overton that does the fielding. We've just had a man run out with drinks, and the very next ball, Pretorius decides he wants different gloves. Oh, I think he's been given 2 left hands. Oh, that's one of my favourite things. Yeah, look, he got brand new gloves the last ball, and he's gone, look, this isn't right. I was trying to put them on, he's been given two of the same hand gloves. I love it when that happens. Ever had that, Luffy?
No, but I have seen someone try and go out and bat with 2.
Just try to crack on, didn't they? Just shove the hand in it.
Gloves, and they've just crossed the white line, and they're like, oh, guys, run back up into the changing room.
I can't say they've ever done it. That is up in the air. That should be a wicket. Tom Abel underneath it. He's pretty solid. He's gone the underhand grip. He throws the ball in. That is a big, big wicket. 74 for 1. Leandre Pretorius started off like a train in the power play. Did slow down, but he's a dangerous striker. Somerset will be more than happy to back him.
Huge wicket, and well, that 12th list is going to be in trouble. Those new gloves didn't do the trick, did they, Harry?
No, he'll be frustrated with that. But it's funny the way he slowed down. I've been bigging up this lad all day, basically, because I was out in South Africa. I watched him play for Shane Berger's Pile Royals live. He opened with Joe Root, and he was so good. I spoke to Shane Berger after the game and said, Shane, you've got to sign this lad for Somerset, surely. Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach. And I said, well, if Smeed or Banton get injured, surely he's the perfect man to come in. And he said, yeah, but you've got Smeed or Banton. You know, you're not going to have Pretorius, he's not going to open, he's not going to bat 3 ahead of TKC. But he's done well for Hampshire without really kicking on and kicking on. He's done well in the power play. He's only 19 years of age though. I reckon he's one who'll come back for Hampshire again and again now. quite often when you get a young lad as an overseas, there's a bit of loyalty there. Being a wicketkeeper as well is, of course, very helpful. They had Ben McDermott as a wicketkeeper back, an opener from overseas in Australia, Hobart Hurricanes. He opened with Vince last couple of years. They've gone with the Pretorius and a slightly different middle order. There's Weatherly, there's no Tom Press tonight, there's no Ali Orr tonight. But at number 3, last couple of games, has been Albert. To the right-hander to Ben Green. Easy one into leg side. Didn't even look for 2 there. Might have been a chance, but... So, Toby Albert. I often want to call him Tony Albert, but it's definitely Toby. The last few games he's scored in T20 Blast action. 1 versus Surrey, 12 not out versus Middlesex, 18 Canterbury, 73 not out against Gloucestershire at home, and 28 not out at the Oval. So a bit of a mixed bag of form, but 73 not out shows he's got it in him. Vince, putting that away, you can't bowl a slower ball on James Vince's hip. He's far too good. He's going to put that away. Now James Vince, he's not whacked the ball yet, is he? He's just timed it beautifully. Just hits it hard enough, doesn't he?
That's what he does, isn't it? Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, he's... I'm like sat here as a commentator, Somerset player, I'm a Somerset fan, but watching James Vince bat is a real pleasure as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I love watching him bat. Yeah, I totally agree. You marvel at him. The way he caresses the ball. He's hit that quite hard out to deep cover. But it's just timed the punch. I can't think of many batters in world cricket in my lifetime that timed the ball like James Vince. And then he's frustrated himself because he's timed it 99% perfectly. But that extra 1% to get it in the gap and beat the field.
It's just the shot shape, isn't it, that he creates. Is easy on the eye. That's why people enjoy watching him bat. It gives them a lot of success as well.
I think if you had a Blast 11 since the Blast started, or particularly in the last 10 years or so, you'd have people like Luke Wright, Samit Patel, Ravi Bopara, they're definites. You'd probably have James Vince in there, wouldn't you? Yeah, those 4 names are probably in the top 6.
He must have played however many Blasts.
Yes.
Ridiculous number.
Danny Briggs is probably another one who's been in there for years. These guys either had a little go with England or not quite enough international games to stop them playing regularly in Blast. I love watching Patel and Bopara. I think it's Northampton, Derbyshire they now play for. They've had a few clubs, of course, in recent times, haven't they? Essex and not respecting them. But I just love watching them over 40s, watching them play against each other. It's brilliant. They know each other inside out. They played against each other so many times, and yet they're both still class acts. Well, talking of left arm spin, from Samit Patel to Lewis Goldsworthy. Where do you think Vince is going to try and hit Lewis Goldsworthy, Sophie Love?
I mean, there's a little pocket over extra cover, which he likes to target. There's a lot of space on the leg side, though, where Hampshire can run really hard. I think they're going to do exactly that, but Somerset fielders are quick. Smead's quick in. Vince has got to get his skates on and does.
See, I don't think he would have played that shot with Lou Andre Pretorius at the other end. I think he knows Toby Albert is quicker, as is number 3. I don't think he'd have gone for that tee. Pretorius might have said no, or he just didn't think he'd get there. So I think he's slightly changed tack there. He knows Albert is a quick runner, willing runner between the wickets. Vince isn't slow. He's well over 30 now, but he's got long legs.
He's got long legs. We're back to the short thing again.
Sorry. Long levers, long legs. You get the point. The first, 8 overs, he didn't really run between the wickets hard. It was 1 or a boundary.
Yeah,
whereas
which
now he's
probably
got
is...
He's got to know where you're batting, didn't he?
Like the context of the power play,
it
probably has something to do with that as well, and that's why, I call it an engine room in T20 cricket, but people that run really well between the wickets in your middle order are crucial.
Here we go. Albert, that one was 2 straight. Smead read it. Smead was good there. He was on the rope, but as soon as he saw Albert go back with a straight bat and no real bat speed to really pull it, you could see Smead running in.
We talk a lot about trying to anticipate.
Yeah.
And sometimes you'll get it wrong. You probably saw anyone that watched the women's game earlier when Amanda J. Wellington's reverse sweeping. Probably some fielders are preempting that it's going to go even further behind square, and then she doesn't quite get it.
She's very good at getting behind at fine. I've never seen anyone reverse sweep as fine as that.
You're trying to give yourself a slight advantage and preempt what is coming. And Smeady again there, where someone just tries to, the hands don't go all the way back. Are they just going to tuck it in there, or are they looking to whack it really hard?
Yeah. for me, Lewis Goldsworthy here has won this over. If this ball does not go for a boundary, he has won this over. Even if it goes for 4, it's not a bad over. 2-1-1.1.
No, but real emphasis on this last ball.
Get out the over.
Yeah, get out the over.
It helps it probably at Albert, the new batter. He's trying to make room for himself. Great bowling. Lewis Goldsworthy, that's a superb first over. We'll come back to it again and again. He was under a bit of pressure the first couple of games. Jason Roy batted beautifully. I mean, bowling at set Jason Roy, who wouldn't be far off that all-time blast 11 in fairness. The win predictor now is swinging Somerset's way, 74% after a couple of tight overs in that first wicket. But Lewis Goldsworthy has been so impressive since the confidence he got from that 4 for Bristol, 4 for 13 off 4. He's then taken it into the King Cage, taken it into tonight, and he's now braver with when he does fight some up. Most of them are spearing, T20 bowling, but he does vary it. Different bowler to Van der Merwe, but he can still be as effective.
Yeah, and I guess that slot has given him an opportunity, hasn't it? You know, which he's, you know, at the moment finding his feet in that role, and yeah, confidence is a massive part of that.
That's the first boundary for Toby Albert this evening. Nice drive over the top of mid-off. Interesting, Lewis Gregory had just sent Josh Davey back to 3rd and brought Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Albert said, sorry Lewis Gregory, you're not good enough to set that field to me. I'm just going to pop you over mid-off. Interesting. TKC and Craig Overton have swapped though. Normally Craig Overton's at long on, but Craig Overton wants long off tonight. Why do you reckon that is? What difference would it make tactically? Craig Overton's your better fielder. Why is he at long off, not long on?
Presumably that's where they feel that the ball's going to go to more.
Okay, off a spinner, he's always at long on, isn't he? Because they think they're going to drag it.
Yeah, unless there's left right hand.
If there's 2 right-handers like now, yeah.
But you know, both of them are tall guys as well, so definitely got men in the right place.
Yeah, I just found it odd that we know Craig Overton's probably the best fielder and probably the best long on, long off Somerset have. Credit where credit's due to our producer. I want to credit. Lovely thought from Will Martin. Thank you for that. Maybe Gregory's plan is to hit the wide line, slower ball and pace on Yorkers, hit the wide line. So therefore, Vince Albert more like to hit long off than long on. Yeah, I like that. He's also quite wide at long off. He's not in that straight pocket in front of Polly's scoring box. Just as we say that, Vince smashed it to long on. Slower ball can be dragged, I guess. Oh, very good sportsmanship. Gregory's tried to pick it up, then Vince has tried to throw it to him. They've got it. Oh, how about that in the game earlier, mind? That's one comment I will mention to you on comms. Wellington coming back for the 2 and got almost rugby tackled by Southby, the wicket-keeper.
Oh, yeah. Well,
bit of a cuddle. That second could have been important. Yeah.
Should
and then Wello just cuddled her and said,
it's hard to see from our view, but we didn't feel that she should be there.
No, I thought more could have been made of that. And then Wello was just very polite and just hugged her back. I thought, well, you should have got 2 there.
Wello probably had a little giggle and was like...
It felt like she was probably on her YouTube stream, to have a little giggle about it and then carry on. But I thought, actually, Wello, you should be a little bit annoyed there because you could have got 2, got back on strike, and actually losing by, what, 4 or 5 runs in the end, that could have been pivotal. Anyhow, was that the last time I mentioned it? Sorry. Back on the men's game. 1 ball left in the 11th. Great effort at backward point. Can Tom Abel make even better of an effort? Brilliant.
So good.
Talk me through the technique there then, Soph, because he couldn't dive one-handed. It was a 2-handed flip back and then let go of the ball before his body slid into the rope. Talk me through the coaching points of that.
So I'd love to be able to field like this for a start. I think the important thing there is he's trying to cut an angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't you can't run round that to get that. So he's trying to cut the angle and therefore he has to try and parry back. But the ability to slow down and pull that back as well from Abel there. Brilliant work. And I do think 2 hands.
Yeah. Field with 2 hands at all times when you can.
If you can get 2 hands to it. And also, I think for a young player, if you go with 2 hands, you naturally take your head like closer to the ball as well. You go with 1, you can just stick an arm out.
Yeah,
you don't cover as much ground.
Vince downtown just for 1 run.
Which sometimes there will be examples where you just have to reflex and it's you know, one-handed and that's you at full stretch. But I think as much as possible, catch with 2 hands, dive, try and parry back with 2 hands. It's more likely to be successful, in my opinion.
Yeah, love it. Oh, he tried to go aerial as Albert. Should be a catch for Cullen-Cadmore. He didn't do the footwork right, just like that catch in the final. Tom Cullen-Cadmore doesn't move his feet, but still takes a good catch in the end.
Takes it with 2 hands, doesn't he, TKC, right on
We're just
cue.
talking about that. Why did he move in a bit? He just didn't judge it right, I don't think. He was very slow moving in towards it and had the gun. He's just quite slow.
He's not the best mover, is he? Love TKC. Probably won't mind me saying that, to be honest.
He said it on so many podcasts. I've heard him say, people say, what a great catch. I say, no, it wasn't. I just didn't move my feet and then had to stick out a poor last minute. Like there, he's had to dive. Craig Overton or someone else to run.
His trousers.
Yeah. He never seems to have them tightly done up. Oh, he just went left, didn't he? He went left rather than forward. You watch his first 3 steps. Good catch in the end. He went left rather than straight in. I think his partner pregnant.
Yes, she is.
Yes. She's watching tonight.
He's expecting.
She is expecting. Yeah. I did ask him about his hairstyle the other day, actually.
Very Kevin Keegan.
Yes, great shout. Gibbo was asking me, BBC Combox next door, I said, how, you're a bit younger than me. I said, yes, Gibbo, that doesn't help. I know nothing about hairstyles. Look at my hair. I've had the same hair since I was 10.
To be fair, I'm not sure TKC knows much about hairstyles, given
that was the point.
The choice of hairstyles he's had over a number of
I said, is it a perm? Is it a mullet?
Years.
He doesn't really know. Don't even have a name.
I actually don't mind it in a
It just
weird
looks very
sort
sweaty
of way.
on a warm day. It's like having like a mane down your neck. Isn't that going to be annoying?
I think it's better than the mohawk, though.
Okay. Anyhow, Deval Brevis is a clean striker of a cricket ball. We are in danger in the combat. Look at that first ball. I'm pretty sure he hit a 6, his first ball for Hampshire, if I remember rightly, watching that on the Hampshire stream a couple of weeks ago. He whacks it. There is no 2 ways about it. I mean, Luandre Pretorius does as well. Probably 2 of the cleanest striking South Africans, or the hardest hitting South Africans in the pro game, have both been signed by Hampshire. Batting at 4. Good bat 5. Played for Mumbai Indians as well as the Mumbai Cape Town side. Scored 16 against Surrey on Tuesday. Didn't bat against Middlesex. 24 at Canterbury and 9 not out against Southampton. So he's yet to have a big score, but did have 57 back in May in the IPL. 68 on debut wasn't bad for Hampshire either. That's going to be push for 2 surely in the pocket. No.
Yeah, brilliant from TKC, the quick mover at long off there. Got around nicely.
He was a bit of a stick about that. It's funny because he said so many times, I'm a slow fielder, and people take the mick out of his fielding, but he's done well. I almost feel like he's improving in the field with age, but I'm not sure that's an official thing.
I like this field set now.
Yeah.
3 in the ring, close on the offside with that deep extra cover, long off.
Right, watch this. I reckon he moves to the left 2 or 3 more than he needs to, and then suddenly he goes, oh, I've got to come in a bit straighter. And then he realises, oh, I'm going to have to dive here. Good grab.
To one of our one-day cup games in August.
Where are you going? If you're captain, if you're Lewis Gregory, where would you go with the bowling now? So?
Great question, Harry. I've had enough thinking about
sorry,
you're meant
to be switching off up here.
What am I gonna do? And
I love picking the brains.
I think it's really like, you know, you're trying to stay. I think there's a couple of things. Just trying to stay like in the moment in terms of like what's my best option now.
Yeah.
But you've also got to try and be sort of like 2 steps down the line in terms of like, right, how am I closing this game out?
Yeah. Defensive shot from Dewalt Brevis. Wow, I've not seen many of them in the last couple of years. So Tristan Stubbs is another exciting South African youngster who's made it into the test team as well. Done better in the Red Bull side of things. I just think South African cricket is in a strong place at the moment. It's really sad they got no home test next summer, which is frankly outrageous. They're prioritising the SAT20. They've just won the World Test Championship. If you look at these lads, as Vince smashed it down to long off, Craig Overton does well to get there. Lovely roll and tumble to keep it 2. But there's so many exciting South Africans coming through, and they haven't got a home test match to inspire the next generation, which is a pretty sad situation. I love watching that World Test Championship final. The bowling of Rabada against Cummins.
Yeah, I didn't get to see much of it at all, but I was very happy to see South Africa win.
Yes, I think most non-Australians were. Full toss is not normally a good idea, but Ben Green does take wickets with him, not that time. A foot over Sean Dixon's head.
Yeah.
Would Craig Overton catch that, Sophie Love?
I'm not sure,
Not quite.
to be honest with you. Look how deep James Vince is, like, you know, trying to like set himself. I know he's just practicing there, but
Quick side on camera. Is that Archie on the side on dugout camera? Great
just
angle.
look how deep he goes.
Yeah. I've seen Ben Green get wickets with slower ball full toss so many times. This could be a catch to Craig Overton at long off.
That
Did
is
it carry? What a catch.
so good.
Oh, James Vince doesn't think it's out. James Vince is sprinting for 2. He's looking at the umpire. Umpires Ian Blackwell,
Paul Baldwin. He's saying, you've got to go, mate.
Paul Baldwin's giving it out, isn't he? Yeah. Did he
Yeah.
go to Ian Blackwell? I don't think he did.
Well, I'll tell you what, Harry. Ian Black was at square leg.
Yeah, why is he going to see? Yeah. Why did he look at him? I agree.
I'm not sure that
Did
you
he
could
want a
see
second
long
opinion?
off
No.
whether that was legitimate or not. I think Paul Baldwin was
They did both look at
the
Blackie at square leg.
closest
didn't
position.
they? You see Vince and Paul Baldwin both looked at square leg umpire. That's a great play. I can see why Vince has got a slight thought, and I don't think he deserves a boo. Does he?
No, I don't think he deserves to.
He's batted brilliantly to get 50.
And as a batter, you're right to ask.
You're allowed to.
Yeah, you're right to ask the question.
Yeah, I don't.
If it's a tight call, you know, the umpires are there to make a decision.
I don't mind that, and I don't think James Vince is a bad bloke. Ian Shepherd's texted me straight away, 100% out, no doubt, got a great view. Maybe he's down there.
Well, that's what they should have done. Paul Baldwin should have just, you know, Shep on speed dial. What do you think, mate?
There you go. Well, Joe Weatherly, he's hit a few important runs in T20 Blast run chases the last few years.
That run
Sort of
rate
floats.
required up at 14, Harry. Job to do.
Still got Fuller, Dawson and Howell in the middle order, but these are the last 2 recognised out-and-out batters. Hampshire today have got a top 5 and then 3 very dangerous middle-order all-rounders. I rate Howell, Fuller and Dawson, all 3 of them with a bat. All 3 of them could get 40 not out and win the game, even a 50. Don't get me wrong, but they are picked to bowl and bat. These are the last 2 picked in this team just to bat. Which I think is quite important in the psychology of it. Oh, that could have been chopped on. He's a lucky man there. That was so close to being willow.
I'm not sure how that missed the stumps, to be honest with you, but...
The stumps made out of willow? The stumps made out of willow. That's a question for you. Nearly chop on.
Not far away at all. Good over for Ben Green. 2 wickets to his name.
So teaching on a bit early with Sweet Caroline here, so I think there should be a rule. You cannot Sweet Caroline until the 15th over. Surely. It's an end of an innings thing. Maybe on a Thursday night they try to go a bit early before anyone leaves early.
Yeah.
I just think it's not quite that time yet. Hey Jude next. Oh, that's big. Derwalt Brevis is very good at latching onto short balls. Anything slightly back a length is more than the kitchen sink. Is that a drop catch?
I think someone went for it, yeah. I hope he's all right.
Hey, that
Went for
chap
a
was on the
diving.
balcony. That chap was on the balcony just below us. About 20 minutes ago when I was laughed off comms. Stood next to him on the balcony, actually. And he's now gone
Fair
down
play,
to
he's
Cow Corner.
gone for it. I wonder if he went 2 or 1. Oh, he went for the 2-hander. Oh, he just lost his balance.
He fell over and he
Can
whacked his head on the
happen.
concrete.
He did fall over. Sorry to embarrass
Hope
that
he's all right.
young man down
Clip
there.
that up. Oh, this
That's
could be
hit hard.
dangerous. 1 bounce 4. Derwalt Brevis has lined up Lewis Goldsworthy. This is the over he fancies it.
Well, they need a big over. They need to try and bring that run rate down slightly. Golders has bowled 2 really good overs. It's under pressure now, though.
91 to win. Required run rate of 13.7. They still haven't got 13 yet, but off 2 balls they're on 10.
That's well bowled.
Oh, could have been a dot. Could have been a dot. Lewis Goldsworthy probably won't mind Brevis being off strike, let's be honest. But Gregory could have fully got that. Just got a hand to it. I don't think Joe Weatherly is going 6-4 for Lewis Goldsworthy. Good player, but early in his innings. Oh my word, I didn't expect you that sweep so early in his innings either. Oh no, buzzer, should be a bonus run. No, well done. Tom Colacamo's done very well there to get across.
Yeah,
Like
good
that.
awareness. Banton went for the sliding pads there.
Yes, I did notice that. An interesting choice.
Yeah.
It did slide kind of well. Maybe we'll get a replay on that.
I'm
Banton's
not
slide time.
convinced.
I mean, on a dry wicket end, it's pretty hard to get in. It's not dune boarding. Lewis Goldsworthy, what's this, his 3rd over?
Yeah, 1 for 21 so far.
That's very well bowled. Really good bowling from Lewis Goldsworthy. Oh, I'm not sure we need the shies at the stumps here. When they're clearly in, don't risk any buzzers. I can just hold it.
Yeah, I don't mind it though. You know, long on, long off, backing up.
Yeah, I guess.
The way that they throw the ball is, you know, as long as those guys get to just outside of the ring, you know, they're not going to sneak another run there.
I guess off the stumps is the worry that Tom Campbell was alert to. Extra cover and cover, very tight next to each other. It's deep point this back, basically through reverse sweep. So they could go inside out over cover for 4. They're not. 1 run. That's still a decent over. Lewis Goldsworthy 6-4 to come back and go 1-0-1. Here we go, Tom Banton. Oh yeah, okay, it wasn't me. I thought it was better than that. It looked better.
He did style it out quite well, to be fair.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
I think he quickly realised that the slide wasn't sliding, so I'll get up on my feet.
Yeah.
It's a great finish to the Goldsworthy over, though.
I think that is a lesser spotted Jack Leach on 12th duty. Love that. I think it's a young person's job. Jack Leach, have a rest. Tom Dean tomorrow. He played in my league 2 weeks ago to Jack Leach. So I might have to face Jack Leach. What would I do to Jack Leach if I faced him in league cricket in a couple of weeks' time?
What would you do? I'd love to know that, Harry.
I honestly don't. Do I just think I've survived an over of Jack Leach? Do I try and take him on and think I've hit a run off Jack? You can't let the name.
You've got to play the ball, not the bowler.
You've got to play the ball, not correct. That's the phrase I was looking for. That's why you're the captain. Got to play the ball, not the bowler. Right. Enough of that. Riley Meredith's back on. Tom Banton's trying to clean his gloves after that terrible slide we just recapped. He's got muddle down his back. Meredith in. Weatherly is, well, sort of filthily inside edge hoik for that. Compared to some of James Vince's silky strokes, that's quite a contrast.
Yeah, 86 needed off 35 for
Where's the
Hampshire
luff
now.
fizz? Is your luff fizz?
Luff fizz.
That sounds good, that. I like that.
Oh, you just never know here, do you?
I should
They've
mention.
got wickets in hand, and I feel like wickets
Yeah.
in hand at Taunton is...
15's doable, aren't they?
Yeah, you look at it and you go, like 14.7, that looks out of reach.
Shall I get you a Sean
But-
Dixon quote from the other day, actually? You like this?
One big over.
Wow.
Oh, I wouldn't go that
89% Somerset,
high,
the Trade Nation. I would not.
89, no.
Somerset. I'm sorry, I don't trust that
I'm
Trade Nation win
thinking more
predictor.
like
Barely 60.
70.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say quite that
65,
high.
70.
Yeah, I think Hampshire are well in this. Does the Trade Nation win predictor realise? Oh, yeah, you're right. Wickets in hand at Taunton. It's just, yeah, it's so on. I just think that they take it deep. You know, Fuller could get a little 12 off 3 at the end. Benny Howe can do the same. They've got players who can do that. Liam Dawson can play a proper knock as well. Good bowling from Ronnie Meredith. Full into leg stump.
Yeah, just going to be one. Back to deep square.
Yeah, interviewing Sean Dixon the other day, he said something about he just knows you can catch up at Taunton. 10s, knock it around at 10s in the middle overs, and you know you can catch up later down the line. He knows you can go ballistic in the last few. But Somerset are used to chasing. Not batted first in a little while. First time here this season.
This is Meredith's. Only his second over.
Yeah, I think he could. Is that gone the distance?
That has
Yeah.
gone the distance and shelled in the front row of the crowd.
It's because he's got an old shirt on, isn't it? He's got an old high golf shirt
I
on.
think he's embarrassed.
He sat down very
Sit
quickly.
down, sir.
Well, talking to short people again, it was Lewis Goldsworthy, but that was over his head, wasn't it? There's no way he's getting that. It's funny that Somerset have got Dixon and Goldsworthy on the leg side boundary to the shorter people. Ben Green doesn't seem to be out on the boundary much. Josh Davies not really a boundary rider. Oh, that's another. A bit of a filthy hope. He's going to get at
Definitely
least
going to
2.
get a couple, if not 4.
Yeah, how's
That
he?
is raced away.
That was not the middle of the bat.
Yeah, wasn't it? Was it a lovely Lewis Gregory 6 over mid wicket? We don't usually say lovely for a shot through mid wicket, and that was not the prettiest shot through mid wicket there by Joe Weatherly. But he'll be happy that he's got another boundary to his name, and Hampshire the same.
Oh, what's he doing here?
Oh,
Giving.
Someone's dropped something and it's blown onto the.
Is that a bit of rubbish from the
field,
Somerset stand? Blackie's got to put in his pocket, has he?
Blackie the bin man.
You tell him that. Oh, it's a big shout for everybody. Run out.
Run out.
Yeah,
great work
skittles
by Meredith.
Ryan Meredith, get him in the local pub skit rally. That was really good reactions. To actually think, I'm appealing for LBW, but actually the run-out's on here. I get so frustrated so often you see a bowler appeal and forget to get the ball. Get the ball, get the ball. He's got the ball, hit the stumps. Because he was not miles out, to be honest with you. With the dive, Weatherly was quick to react and try and get back. So watch the replay here. I don't think he's far away from getting back in. He did have to be quick. He's fallen quite a long way down.
I think it's more that Weatherly didn't really know where the ball had gone.
Yeah. He's dived. He's a few yards out. He's just dived back in.
So he's looking for the ball. Great work.
Yeah, his bat was in half a second later. Fraction of a second. Great work. Ryan Meredith with a run out.
Change of bowling from the Marcus Scottish Pavilion and returning number 38, Josh Daly.
A run out in the follow through deserves bonus fancy points.
All I can say is a good job he didn't turn around to appeal to the umpire and was just solely focused on getting the ball.
Right, I thought it'd be Lewin. Personally, if I was Hampshire captain or coach, I'd brought in Liam Dawson in this situation. They have gone with 500 career wicket man, James Fuller. He got 1 wicket tonight, 1 for 35 off 3. That took him to 500 career wickets. Well, that's not a good start from Josh Davey. A full toss that could have been it for 6, and Devout Rivers wanted to hit for 6.
He's probably got off lightly there with just a wide ball there, Davey.
If the next ball goes for 6, he's counting for 7. But yeah, I know what you mean. That could have gone towards the train station. It could have gone towards Viridor. Yeah.
Hopefully not. Just
Your
behind
car's
a
in there.
Trade Nation where my car is parked.
Serious bat speed. Right, Josh Davey, just third over. That is a good strike. That's over Craig Overton's head. He's not going to be able to get that. Clean strike from both. I think this is a bit of a gamble by Josh Davey here. You don't think of Josh Davey as a death bowler. It was a bit of a gamble playing Josh Davey, having not played in the T20 Blast yet this season. To bring him in for Matt Henry was a brave call ahead of Mickey Pretorius. Casey Aldridge on loan at Durham, don't forget. Alfie Ogborn bowled really well for the second team. He'd be another option. Sonny Baker's gone. There's so many seam bowling options for Somerset. Don't forget Jake Ball, who's been on loan as well. Josh Davey's got the nod. Can he bring this back?
Great
Good
reply.
dot. Yeah, great reply. There you go. I talked out of it. It's how Somerset have come back from often the first ball 6. I think Goldsworthy, a couple of overs ago. I even wrote it down. His third over, 6-4. Then he went 1-0, 1-0. Just thought that was brilliant the way he came back.
I think
Davey could do the same.
particularly in T20 cricket, getting in and out of your overs so important as
Massive.
a bowler. And as a batter, you're probably looking at the first couple of balls to put that bowler under pressure.
Yeah, yeah. Fuller with a massive back lift. Look where his hands are. He's not scored a run yet. New to the crease. And look where his hands are. Baseball.
Sporting some very dark gloves.
Yes. He looks taller with bat in hand. Is that a daft thing to say? He looks taller as a batter than he does as a bowler.
Back to the height thing again. What were we just
Sorry.
talking tonight about is how short and tall people are.
Don't know why. It's just coming in. Well, short extra cover is quite close. Lewis Gregory, the captain. Bit of pressure on Fuller. That's gone miles. That is a big pull shot over the dugouts, nearly into the stairs. That's a big boundary out there. Don't underestimate that. He's taken on probably the biggest boundary he could. But Josh Davey shouldn't really be going short, should he?
Yeah, that's
it.
just asking to be hit there, isn't it? That's exactly where Fuller wants it. And he's absolutely crunched that. And I'm actually really disappointed that our psych, Emily Martin, who sat in the dugout, hasn't gone for that.
An effort. You look at that pickup from James Fuller. That is asking for a pull shot. And Josh Davies fed it perfectly. Can he come back again? Oh no, this is good whippage.
Flicked.
For runs.
Over fine leg. Davies not really got his length or his line right in this over, has he? It's just easy pickings for James Fuller. He talked about him looking taller, and he's just able to stand there upright and use his wrist as that ball came in on his legs. Quick single to finish the 16th. Hampshire 154 for 4.
After 15. Hi-ho, silver lining. Try and make way for B. Is that time?
Cheerio, Harry. Been a pleasure as always. It's going to be Meredith again then. Connected the game in his last over with a run out. 2 overs to 24 so far. Bowling to James Fuller.
Crunch time here at the Cooper Associates. Meredith steaming into the dangerous James Fuller. It's been quite a canny bowling performance. So there's been a lot of research done. I think a lot of slower balls, especially going back to the opening partnership. Vince played class, but the way they shut down Pretorius, who's a very dangerous player, I thought they bowled a high percentage of dot balls towards him, and they've definitely done the homework. James Fuller's like a right-handed version of Pretorius, likes to stay still, hit towards mid-wicket. Meredith just hiding outside of the dangerous right-handers off stump. Oh, and that's an absolute beauty from Meredith. A 90-mile-an-hour bullet in towards the shoes, and fortunately from Fuller's point of view, it's missed the boot and rattled into the stumps.
Yeah, you're not hitting that over deep mid-wicket. It's incredibly well bowled by Riley Meredith. Somerset fans loving this, and as we see the replay, she said, Driggs, get your feet out of the way of that one.
I mean, that's a proper toe crusher there from Meredith, what we signed him for. And I think from a Somerset perspective alone, a great reaction. I thought I think it's very difficult when you've won a number of games, and I'm not saying that the boys took the pedal off the metal in any way, shape or form, but they just looked a little bit off their pace in the previous game, and I think they've been on point tonight. Like I said, you're never safe here at Taunton defending, but the smart bowling, Green with his cutters, just unsettling, Overton bowling across the left-hander. I think it's been smart, it's been well executed. Somerset bowled with a lot of intelligence tonight, and even though Hampshire have played well, it doesn't look like at this stage it's going to be enough, and I think that's down to the quality of the Somerset bowling.
I think it's what they practice so well as well. That I was in the other day, and Meredith, he actually was practicing on a bowl through strip with shoes down there, as if he is going to crunch someone's toes.
Howell into the crease, who's a good ball striker as well. I think in modern T20 cricket, the game is never over. Every batter has that ability to clear the ropes, but we say it time and time again here. We're quite fortunate watching Somerset. They've got a lot of boxes ticked, high-paced bowling. I mean, that Yorker from Meredith is
87 miles an hour,
pretty unplayable, in fairness. It actually just reverse swung in as well, so there's not many batters in the world that would have dug that one out. And great to have up your sleeve as a captain, someone that can intimidate with that level of pace. Hampshire 155 for 5 at the moment.
Fielded there from Gregory.
Can never take your eye off the ball here at Taunton. Someone gets themselves in a couple of sixes in a row, and all of a sudden that 54 off 20 balls is doable, but Somerset really do look like they've got the bit between the teeth today. Brevis dangerous, 24 off of 12. Howell can strike a ball.
Brilliant from Somerset. It's been a top draw over from Riley Meredith. 1 ball to go so far. Got the wicket. And he conceded a couple of runs.
Yeah, I think it'd be great for context for the viewers if we had the Eurolay speed gun. That looked like an off-cutter slower ball into the pitch. You know, you throw that in the pot with the potential of a 90-mile-an-hour Yorker. You know, what's that? It's a 20-mile-an-hour swing. I mean, it's so hard to line up as a batter, and that's what someone like Meredith gives to you in your attack. Another Yorker right under the bat, and a great over there by the Aussie. Putting Somerset in control with 3 overs to go. Still not out of the realms of possibility for Hampshire. As I said, Somerset really look like they want to get back on the horse here tonight.
Yeah, brilliant from Meredith. That's what you pay the big bucks for, and he's doing a job here for his team. A lot to do for these Hampshire batters.
Ben Green into the attack balls, a lot of death overs, middle period overs for Somerset. Change the pace up. Very similar to Benny Howell. Will probably use that big leg side boundary. I'm surprised if a number of some slower bounces are offered up here. Brevis and Howell have got no real option but to go for broke here at the moment. Nice Yorker there from Ben Green to start the over.
Who do you feel Lewis is going to go to the last couple of overs, Troops? Meredith's obviously got
18,
one more up
Meredith
his sleeve.
probably bowled 19, and wouldn't surprise Overton's got 1 left. I mean, he's managed the bowlers really well. He's got options up his sleeve. He could have he's got his choice really himself. Josh Davey, a flat 6, and beautifully struck there by Brevis, showing all his class and power there, and he looks to be the real hope here for Hampshire. Brilliant strikes, quite a full delivery. He's managed to just get enough elevation to pop it into the Gimlet's Hill. Pressure, 1 and a 6. What it's like there, you go for a 6 in your first couple of balls, and all of a sudden the temperature rises. You start looking at the corner of your eye to the captain, who's got the double teapot position. Pressure on here for Ben Green. Another attempted Yorker, not executed. Another 6, and a brilliant crowd catch at the front row of the Gimlet's Hill. Very calm, collected, and well done, sir. Looks like you'll be having a day out on us. Great catch.
Oh,
great catch.
High hands.
High hands,
Love
a little bit crocodile style, but you know what? It's gone in the mouth, hasn't broken a tooth. He's pounched that one very nicely. I'm not sure about this high hands thing, but it seemed to work for him. Ben Green really under pressure now. Clothed. Lewis Gregory will take the catch. And Ben Green under a lot of pressure stands up, and he's been counted. He's picked up the wicket of the dangerous Brevis. He's gone for 36 off just 15 balls.
Somerset know how important that is, the way that they've celebrated that wicket. Brevis was the danger man, played a brilliant innings, but undone there by Ben Green. Well held by Lewis Gregory.
Like a knuckleball, the way that it dipped in the air, or an off-cutter. Definitely some off-pace delivery, and Brevis was through the shot early, and Lewis Gregory Dawson, the quality keeps coming here for Hampshire. Another dangerous player. The way that Brevis was going, might just turn the sting out of the tail. Run rate is hovering around 9.5 for the majority of this game. The requirement is 17.1, which is let's face it, it would take something super special here by one of the Hampshire Hawks. Another off-base delivery missed by the wicketkeeper. Bye will be added to the total. Yeah, I think it's a real positive attribute for Ben Green. He's just been parked into the stand for 2 sixes, and he's got that confidence to bowl a change-up delivery. Not saying it always works, but his strike rate over the last 2 or 3 years in 20.
We'll know where to find.
Setting Meredith into bowl. The 19th over. Rockets galore. Yeah, it's always a little bit of a different vibe when you've got someone like Meredith in to face. You know, you're back in the middle order and you're going in facing, you know, sort of good pace bowlers, but Riley Meredith is really sort of right up there in terms of speed. No mean feat for guys that have just come into the wicket to start trying to find boundaries off someone like him.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is like it's one thing facing him, isn't it? But then you're facing him in the run rates 20 and over as well.
Yeah, that's always the fascinating conversation. You know, you face someone like him in 4-day cricket when you've just got to bat and survive. That's a challenge. But when you've got to hit them for boundaries, that takes it to a whole different level. And you know, if there were set batters in, say Pretorius or Vince would have batted through, pace on can be a good thing. But when you're new to the crease, facing balls like that, it's so hard to get under it and get your timing. No margin for error at all, and looks like Somerset are going to close this game out. And as a collective, I thought they fought really hard. There was a period when Vince and Pretorius were going that it looked like Hampshire were going to cruise to the total they've been set, but Somerset have just thought and executed their way to this position they're in at the moment.
It's going to be a single back to Abel.
One of those type of shots that deserved more than a run, really. A really nice lofted cover drive, but Tom Abel's out there scouting. Eight balls to go, 34 needed. Another slower into the wicket delivery, and beautifully pouched there by Somerset captain with one hand.
Riley Meredith running back to his mark here. That suggests to me that Somerset might be a little bit tight on time to...
Yeah, the penalty there would be one fielder would have to come into the circle, so you don't want to have that penalty, even though I don't think it's going to be enough for Hampshire as Dawson plays a beautiful shot over extra cover. Tom Abel can't reel that one in, and he's going to pick up a boundary, which leaves it possible, mathematically, unlikely, let's say, but Hampshire still just about in this game.
It's going to be the skipper, Lewis Gregory, to finish proceedings here. Oh, it's my lovely brother on the stream.
Sorry, bro. He looks like he's had a few
yeah,
fractures.
and I've got to drive him home.
Yeah, good luck, sis. Sis, can I have a lift home if I have a few beers? Yeah, no worries. Isn't it amazing that when you're the designated driver, how on a different wavelength you are to someone that's 5 or 6 deep?
Yeah, I mean, I drove him home a couple of weeks ago, and the conversation in the car was remarkable.
Gregory into the attacker, nice Yorker, and Somerset's game almost secured mathematically. 29 to win, 5 balls. As long as we're not saying Howell remember the name at the end of this over, Somerset will be picking up the points tonight. And they fought hard for it. Into length, swatted over extra cover. I'll pick up 2. And providing Lewis keeps inside the tram lines and doesn't bowl a no ball, Somerset have done enough tonight. This Taunton crowd have been treated to another fantastic game of cricket. 400 runs, there or thereabouts, scored in the 40 overs on show. What a great day's cricket it's been. Somerset women have just unable to get over the line this morning against the Hampshire women's team. But plenty of runs and exciting cricket all day. Doing a good job here at the end, taking responsibility as any good skipper would.
Yeah, he's doing a brilliant job. Love the energy from Smead there, you know, wanting to try and affect the game, go for the catch.
Yeah, it's nice to have that option as, you know, Lewis, that almost the extra bowler, even though he's a high quality bowler, he's happy to let someone else bowl if they're having a good day. Josh Dave didn't quite get his last over right, and he's able to come in and has confidence and can bowl his slower balls and Yorkers, and really good to not be fixated on just two death bowlers, because if one person's having a bad day, you've got to have other options, and Somerset do. And they've done well tonight. 2 balls remaining. 24 needed, so all but over.
That might go all the way, though.
Plays a beautiful shot over point, all the way for 6. An incredible shot by Liam Dawson. Some shot that.
That is a brilliant cricket shot. Knew the moment he hit that, that was going all of the way.
Gregory, a right smile on his face. He knows that the team have done their job, and a top edge into the sky, and it's going to be collected by Lewis Goldsworthy, who's had a great game, a brilliant impact. The two combining for that 7th wicket for Hampshire that did so much damage towards the back end of that first knock. Gregory, Goldsworthy combine again, and Somerset will be taking the points. Reflections on that game, Soph?
Well, brilliant from Somerset. I mean, slight, what's the word for it? Collapse in the middle of the order, but the way that the LGs played, Lewis Gregory, the skipper, and Lewis Goldsworthy, to get them up to that score, and then the bowling efforts, smart. That's the word that I'd use in that attack tonight.
Yeah, it was great. It was well thought out, the bowling, the defence of that total against some, you know, I mean, a bit of a man crush really, but James Vince, the way that he plays, very rarely do you not see him score runs. He scores runs all over the wicket. He was dangerous tonight. Pretorius was dangerous, but I thought the bowling intelligence to bowl a high proportion of dot balls at him, I think, was a big factor. Actually starved Vince of the strike. He was striking at 300, I think, at one stage, but he only faced, what, 10 or 12 balls in that power play. So really good quality execution. But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I was out in the crowd in that second half of the first innings, and the crowd, you could hear the oohs and the ahs of Somerset just falling away, a cluster of wickets and some good bowling, and then all of a sudden Gregory and Goldsworthy just lit it up at the back end, put a really solid total on the board, and great bit of work there by the fielding unit and the bowlers, and smartly managed by Lewis Gregory to have so many options. You know, if someone wasn't quite getting right, he always had another trick up his sleeve, and Riley Meredith, I thought tonight, was high quality.
Yeah, I agreed. Like, Riley bowled 2 overs, first 2 overs went for 24, and to come back like he did, nail his Yorkers, changes of pace. You know, I said earlier, but you know, that's what you get guys like that in for, and I thought he was brilliant.
Yeah, well, I think the wiggly worm there looks like, you know, that game was very much on. You know, 16, 17 overs, there was a period where the Hampshire worm mounted the Somerset worm, but fortunately that Riley Meredith little spell, that spurt of pace, just curtailed the charge from Hampshire, and it was a top performance. There was we have a look at the bowling figures there. Standout performance, obviously, runs per over wise by Craig Overton, but 3 wickets as per is the norm for Ben Green. A little bit expensive, but Meredith, I think, really I think the run out and that Yorker that he bowled to James Fuller, I think was a real sort of dampening of the innings. So a good all-round performance and a great game by Lewis Goldsworthy, who's had a great couple of weeks. And we have Dan downstairs with one of the star men, if not the star man, Lewis Goldsworthy.
Well, Golders on one of the great nights in Somerset history, of course, again winning another victory here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. How are the boys feeling after that one?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty close game throughout. I thought we did well to muster up, was it 210, I think? But, you know, the boys up top again played real well. And the skipper managed to finish the innings well there at the end. So, yeah, all in all, a pretty good day.
You had to do it a different way tonight, of course. Not often that Somerset are forced to defend a lead. That must give you a bit of pride as well, that you'll be able to win in a different way.
Yeah, of course. We knew it was going to happen at some stage. At some stage, Lewis would have lost the toss. So, yeah, it's nice to get over the line in a different way. But, you know, we got full faith in the whole 11 and the rest of the squad. So, yeah, good day.
Yeah, I obviously have a little bit of a break now, and then you'll be back again in T20 action in a couple of weeks' time, I believe, and that, you know, take you on nicely into the second half into the campaign.
Yeah, we got a game tomorrow night in Cardiff, but after that, a couple of weeks, a couple of championship games, I think, and then yeah, we'll be straight back into it.
Well done tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Golders. Yes, so that ramps it up for tonight. Of course, Somerset win once again here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Make sure you join us next time for more T20 action on July the 8th when it's 2 for 2s, when once again the Somerset women and the Somerset men double up with a double header here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Get your tickets online and make sure you join us for that one. Have a great evening, and we'll see you next time.